seeing monsters out your window. No, you can't sleep, you pretend though. You don't have to play the hero, 'cause I got you like you got me. When the earth shakes, when the bombs scream, until our last breath, every heartbeat. When you're drowning Too much, now I'm swallowed. fool while you're breaking rules. Dangerous path that I follow. Oh, go on, just do what you do. And it hurts as I bleed for you, cry for you. Let me bleed as I bleed for you, cry for you. Let me bleed. Let me bleed. Let me. All of the pain seems to follow, like a shadow dark and cold to the touch. Am I insane not to let go? Oh, go on, just do what you do. And it hurts as I bleed for you, cry for you. Let me bleed as I bleed for you, cry for you. Let me bleed. Let me bleed. Let me.
When the lights go down, I've seen hell in you, but you don't care, no, you don't care, no. You just rather watch me fall from a quarter mile. I can see you at the call. Think about it, ring won't tell you what I saw. When you break it off, you'll see who had it all. You had it all. You said you wanted to fall into oblivion, forget about the world we're living in. Fall into oblivion, counting stars. Get it together. Your mind can't sleep when you let it serve. But now you wanna see me fall. From a quarter mile, I can see you at the call. Think about it, ring won't tell you what I saw. When you break it up, you'll see who had it all. You had it all. You said you wanted to fall into oblivion. Forget about the world we're living in. Fall into oblivion, oblivion. Oh, going in. Fall into oblivion. Fall into oblivion. Forget about the world we're living in. Fall into oblivion, I'm going in.
What does perfect even mean? Is there even such a thing? Ooh, can we switch up all the rules and imagine a utopia? Darling, I'm just so fed up with these expectations. They keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pray gets ingrained in my head, and I start to think, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a, yeah.
Messing with my head again. You had your heart set on me, but these feels, they come and go, and they come so easily. Tell me what it is about you that I can't forget, but you're breaking down my walls again, just to set me free. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you are, we always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you are, we always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling?
Far makes no city looks alright. Close your eyes and just stay tight. We have to go. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me. It wouldn't be right to say anyways. From the nights when we made with salt and blaze. Wouldn't
your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you win this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and sound.
Out of trying to dissect the defense. What are the specific challenges this Bama defense presents?
It really comes down to tremendous coverage and pass rush. You know, they use both of those things, you know, effectively. Really good coverage to give the pass rushers longer to get to the quarterback, and they got really good pass rushers that speed up the clock of the quarterback. Studying their personnel has been big. Understanding what's back there in the secondary. I mean, two probably potential first-round picks, All-American safety, excellent rushers on the edge, and linebackers that can really run. So they take away, do a great job of taking away the run inside the tackles, and then outside the tackles and on the perimeter. I mean, they got speed that's tracking it down too. So we got to play good. It comes down to that. I mean, we have to play good, and teams that have played good against Alabama's defense have moved the ball and been effective. So, like any game, Doug, we have to play good. We play good. We got a really outstanding chance of winning. And we don't play good, then, likelihood is that you don't win the game. But our guys are really locked in, and, we're locked in, locked, cocked, ready to rock.
Michigan coach Jim Harbaugh will have more with the coach when we continue. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Michigan Athletics and Founders Brewing Company are teaming up for an exciting social media series this season. In the Vault, we'll recount classic Michigan moments from teams across the athletics campus using archived footage, broadcasts, and images. Stay tuned to the Wolverines' social media platforms this season to catch episodes of In the Vault, presented by Founders Brewing Company. Founders, born and brewed in Michigan.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your Maize and Blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's UMCU.
When you live in SEC country, you feel it everywhere you go. The traditions and rivalries surround you. As much as you celebrate the game, Regions celebrates your financial wins even more. And like SEC fans, we'll never quit. Because in an SEC world, we're the SEC Bank. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC.
And now a look at the road to the college football playoff semifinal at the Rose Bowl.
Here's Milroe, loads up, looks down the left side. He's got a man there open in the end zone. Touchdown, Jermaine Burton.
Pass deflected, intercepted. Bama's got it at the 25. Still on their feet. 10, 5, touchdown, Alabama. Chris Braswell with the pick on the deflection. Play action. Tuck it away. He fires it, and it's caught. McClellan, 40. McClellan, did he get to the first down? He did. Wow. 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 The game is over. Yes, it is, baby. Let's get out of here again. The Crimson Tide gets the win in Aggieland.
Milroe stands in, lets everybody get downfield. Still standing. He throws into the end zone. He caught it. It's caught. It's caught by Isaiah Bond. Touchdown, Alabama. The Crimson Tide with 32 seconds to go, throwing a Hail Mary into the corner of the end zone from where this Bama team was after the Texas game in week 2 to where they stand now. One simple word comes to mind. Remarkable.
Jalen getting the snap, taking the knee, and the white flag has been waved from the Georgia sideline. And what do you say, folks? Let's get out of here. Bama, a winner over the Georgia Bulldogs, claiming the SEC title for the 30th time in school history. Keep us out. I dare you.
Get ready. The Crimson Tide, the Wolverines. It's the college football playoff semifinal at the Rose Bowl on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Well, today's the first day of the rest of your life. What you been waiting for?
Think what a great thing it is to be a part of something that is the team.
When your team is behind, you learn to suck up your guts and do whatever it takes to catch up, win the game. And you learn to believe in yourself because you know how to rise to the occasion.
We're going to stay close. We're going to believe in one another. We're going to enjoy playing with one another, and we're going to win.
I'd like for the people to remember me as being a winner, because I ain't never been nothing but a winner.
For a brief kickoff moment, let's just imagine a couple of rich leather chairs, 2 fine Cuban cigars, and from each of a pair of exquisite crystal glasses, we hear perfectly frozen cubes begin to crack as they're covered with Pappy Van Winkle. All of this, of course, transpires in front of the most vivid and gigantic LED screen imaginable, perched on a cloud. In one heavenly chair sits the bear. In the other, Bo, Bryant, and Schembechler, 2 old friends and warriors set to take in a spectacle as historic as they were. Back down on Earth, if you're a college football fan who appreciates college football history, it truly gets no better than this. 2 of the nation's greatest traditions and winningest programs matched up in the most historic venue imaginable. Add to that the fact that this one just happens to occupy space on the college football playoff national championship bracket. And well, it's college football nirvana, or the closest thing we have to the experience about to be enjoyed by Bear and Bo. Let's just call it what it is. College football's heaven on earth. So Yay, Alabama! From a cross-country train ride for Dixie Howell and Johnny Mack Brown in 1926.
State line, Pasadena. Alabama wins the Rose Bowl.
To horns down and dancing Darius in 2009.
Utah shovel pass in the middle, picked up by Darius. Marcel Darius. Darius to the 15. He spins to the 5. Touchdown! Touchdown! Marcel Darius. Alabama wins its 13th national championship. And the Roses in this grand old stadium are once again crimson.
We do remember the Rose Bowl, and we can't wait for this one. The Crimson and White against the Maize and Blue. Alabama and Michigan from the granddaddy of them all, the Rose Bowl, for a shot at a national championship. Next.
Here we go. It's time for Alabama Crimson Tide football on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Here we go. Crimson Tide football is brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? Find out for yourself. And by Golden Flake, the official potato chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Let's go! It all comes down to this. It's Saban versus Harbaugh. It's time for the college football playoff semifinal at the Rose Bowl, live from Pasadena, California. Now turn it up. It's game time.
Game time indeed, but first, our national anthem from here inside the Rose Bowl in Pasadena. Well, the only way it could get better is if the Tide rolls today against the Michigan Wolverines. Welcome, everybody, along with Tyler Watts, Roger Hoover, producer Tom Stipe, studio engineer Jerry Kelly, spotter Butch Owens, Ethan Carabin providing our Facebook Live pictures. For those of you that are kind enough to watch us live and die on every play with you back at home, and also for our Vice President, General Manager of Crimson Tide Sports Marketing, Jim Carabin. What an honor it is once again to welcome you inside the Rose Bowl in Pasadena. It's the semifinal of the college football playoff. The Crimson Tide of Alabama, the Wolverines of Michigan. Bama, the number 4 seed, Michigan, the top seed of the 4 that remain with an opportunity to win college football's national championship. Right now, we pause 10 seconds so our local stations can identify themselves to you. Welcome to the Crimson Tide Sports Network.
Hey, this is Anthony Herron. Did you know SiriusXM has a channel dedicated to nothing but the Big Ten? It's SiriusXM Big Ten Radio. Just head to the SiriusXM app and search Big Ten.
63 degrees. Breeze of less than 5 miles per hour. God just showing off today. Blue sky, a few wispy clouds adding to the landscape in the distance.
The San Gabriel Mountains to our left. What an unbelievable setting for this college football playoff semifinal between the Tide and the Wolverines. Our weather conditions presented by Alpha Insurance. Protect your cars and home life and business with Alpha. Get a quote or find a local agent at alphainsurance.com. Proud supporters of the Crimson Tide. Call Alpha. Tyler White's the captains down on the field, just about set to take the field for Alabama. The permanent captains as chosen by their teammates. Malachi Moore, Dallas Turner, and of course, Jalen Milroe as well. The captains presented by Barkley GMC in Tuscaloosa. Barkley makes it easy, and it also makes determining your captains pretty easy when you have three young men who lead the way they have this year.
Yeah, definitely have weathered the storms of this of their careers here. Obviously, Dallas Turner's been outstanding since the day he got on campus. Malachi Moore overcomes some injuries, losing his starting job over the last couple of years, but has been a staple in that secondary for Alabama. And then Jalen Milroe, obviously, nobody trusted him, believed in him at the beginning of the year. He just continued to work hard, earned the faith and trust and respect of his teammates, and is a big reason that Alabama is playing in the game today.
We are inside 5 minutes to kick off, and our coverage brought to you in part by Beatbox. And each Beatbox is bursting with delicious flavors, gluten-free, low sugar, and resealable. Look for it in stores across the Southeast for your next tailgate today. The Wolverines filing out of the tunnel on the near side. They don't have to run far out onto the field, just from the tunnel down to their sideline, which is to their left, and across the way in a matter of moments. The man who has won 7 college football national championships, 6 of which that we were happy about. Nick Saban leads his Crimson Tide onto the field wearing those beautiful road white beauties with the crimson helmets, and the Tide makes their way out. In the fight song and all of its words, never more meaningful than they are today.
It's amazing just the setting that has been here in the week-long and preparation leading up to this game. Last couple weeks, actually. But now all the pomp, all the prestige, or whatever you want to call about that surrounds the Rose Bowl out the window, man. That's for the fans. Now it's time to roll up your sleeves if you're a player and flat get after it.
Let's listen in, we hope, to the coin toss. Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination in termite protection, brings us the instructions from our referee, Michael Vanderveld.
Captains, congratulations on a successful season and for your selection to the 2024 College Football Playoff Semifinal at the 110th Rose Bowl game presented by Prudential. My name is Michael Vandervelde. I'll be your referee today alongside my umpire, Mr. Robert Richardson. But more importantly, it's my honor to introduce to you today the Tournament of Roses President, Mr. Alex Agajanian.
Good luck, gentlemen.
And next, we have the Tournament of Roses Grand Marshal, Miss Audra McDonald. Thank you for being here, and thank you for presenting today's coin. Appreciate it. Gentlemen, today's coin features the logos of both teams. On this side, we have the Michigan Wolverines. And on the other side, we have the Alabama Crimson Tide. The winner of the toss will be determined by whichever team's logo is face up after landing on the ground. Alabama, you've won the toss. Defer, you'd like the ball. Which way would you like to kick?
Away from my tunnel.
So go ahead and get your back to that spot. You're going to kick that way? Great. Alabama, they've won the toss, deferred their choice to the second half. Michigan will receive in the north end zone. Gentlemen, let's have a great ball game.
You heard it. The Tide wins the toss. They'll get to defer to the second half. Michigan will receive and operate from the end zone to our left, moving left to right once we get things kicked off. And Lord, aren't we all ready for that? All the build-up, all the drama. Now it's time to go play. And for all of the setting we've talked about outside of the lines and outside the stadium itself, it's really what happens from goal line to goal line, sideline to sideline, and Bama's ready to get this thing started.
Yeah, and Coach talked about this the other night in his coach's show, was what wins these big type of games, and it's discipline, continue to do what you've been taught, trusting in what you've been told to do, trusting your teammates that they're going to do the same thing, and playing within yourself. You can't have too much energy and exert it all in the first quarter of play. This is going to be a long game between these two very good football teams.
Will Reichert, as usual, set to kick for the Crimson Tide. The deep men back for the Wolverines. Samaj Morgan deep to the left side. And to the right for Michigan, it's going to be Joe Taylor. Michigan in the maize and blue. Bama, the crimson and white. Reichert kicks it off, and we're underway from Pasadena in a familiar setting. Will Reichert kicking one off through the back of the end zone, and the Wolverines will have it 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line. And an opportunity to see right out of the gate J.J. McCarthy, a talented quarterback, but he is hoping to defer most often to the even more talented Blake Corum.
And Alabama really, it's like Michigan is coming out with just a single tight end, so they're going to spread Alabama out a little bit, probably try to soften up that box so they can run between the tackles. 2 men right, 1 left. Corum in the backfield as McCarthy operates from the pistol formation. From the 25, he'll roll the pocket to the right. Still rolling, flush, fires. It is almost intercepted. Did he stay in bounds? Caleb Downs got the pick, but one official said he made the catch. He's in bounds, and Alabama's defense gets a takeaway on the first play from scrimmage. Bama football at the Michigan 31-yard line. Not a bad way to start the game. Alabama showed pressure as the safety walked over the slot receiver. Pressure did come. So J.J. McCarthy, who has taken care of the ball all year long, instead of dumping it off for a 5-yard gain, I think he was trying to throw this ball away. But Caleb Downs somehow or another sunk into coverage and very close. It's going to be hard. He got in. This is an interception. It's going to stand. Able to sneak the left foot in bounds
and maintain possession of the process. The official, who was coming from the secondary, looked as though he was going to wave it off, and then when he got to the 31-yard line, he made the signal that the catch was indeed a good one by Downs, and therefore it became the pick. I was afraid, and that's why you heard the hesitation in my voice, that he was about to wave it off. Thank goodness.
Yes.
At least initially, that was not the case.
Well, I tell you what, we talked about the speed and athleticism. The only thing is, help me from a rules standpoint, Caleb Downs' left foot was out of bounds when he leaped up and then came back down in bounds. Could that potentially affect the play?
It's a great point. We'll wait and see what they go with. Did he reestablish position inbounds? And that could indeed be a determining factor. Regardless, a good sign early with the pressure Bama puts on McCarthy.
Review, the defender was out of bounds when he possessed the ball. It's an incomplete pass. It'll be 2nd down.
A huge break for the Wolverines, but a call that, as we looked at it again, would be difficult to argue from that perspective.
Yeah, you still send a message, though. I think you rattled Michigan a little bit. You could tell from the get-go, not running the football on 1st down, now setting up a 2nd and long. The exact down and distance that you want this Michigan offense to be in.
So, as Tyler said, 2nd and 10 from the 25. Wolverines have 2 wideouts to the left, 1 to the right. Wilson and Morgan are those 2 wideouts to the left side. Corum in the backfield to the left of his quarterback. Quick slant left side, trying to set up a bubble screen, and the bubble is burst. A gain of a yard, no more than that, perhaps 2 to be generous, but the line of scrimmage at best for the Wolverines will be their 27. 3rd and 8, and that is a great sign early for Alabama.
It talks about Alabama needing to be physical on the edges. That's Kool-Aid McKinstry fighting off the block and getting it up there for a short gain.
Don't waste this opportunity, though. Get off the field on 3rd down. 2 wideouts each side.
For the Wolverines, Donovan Edwards in the backfield with J.J. McCarthy, the quarterback, who's taken a long time to get the signal from his sideline. Play clock just now under 10. It's down to 6. He'll get the snap. He'll look downfield. He'll fire. It's broken up. It's incomplete. And Alabama forces Michigan to punt the football away. Broken up by Terrion Arnold. Great job by the Bama corner, and the defense looks spectacular to start the ball game.
I think we're faster than them, especially in the secondary. Their receivers are unable to create any sort of separation. Dallas Turner actually moves around, goes to the same side as Chris Braswell, kind of spying J.J. McCarthy. We know that he has legs, especially in these third and long situations. Can allow the quarterback to beat you running the football.
Tommy Doman, the punter, standing back around his own 14-yard line. Caleb Downs back at the 30. Bama with good pressure, a good punt. High spiraling kick, fair catch called for, juggled but made cleanly by Downs as he gets out of bounds around the 40-yard line. A 36-yard punt. And while Michigan not thrilled to go 3 and out, it's a whole lot better than the one and done it looked like they had to start the game.
Still a heck of a job of that Alabama defense, forcing Michigan to do something they don't like to do. They don't want to throw the ball on first down. I think that shows the respect that they have with the interior play of Alabama's defense.
So Alabama 1st and 10 with Milroe at quarterback. Roydale Williams gets the start of the backfield. 2 wide out, split right, 1 to the left. The tight end offset to the left is Robbie Utes. Milroe standing on his own 31 with a man in motion coming near side. Will get the snap. He'll go play action. Pressure coming. Forced outside, and he goes down. Sacked back at the 23-yard line. Pressure coming from the Wolverines, and Braden McGregor, the defensive end, got there in a hurry. First sack of the game recorded by the Wolverines, obviously.
And it wasn't even a little twist or a stun or anything. He just beat Caden Proctor on the inside. I'm not sure if Proctor thought he was going to have a little bit of help. That's a big loss, though, on first down.
All the way back to the 24-yard line. So 2nd and 23 now for Alabama. Empty set for Milroe. With time, fires, catch made. That will be the tight end, Dupree, and he's going to get back to the original line of scrimmage. First down was bad. Second down gives you at least a fighting chance after a gain of 13. Forcing, or excuse me, not quite 13. They'll give him 11. It will be 3rd down and a dozen.
Well, Michigan content with keeping everything underneath and forcing a 3rd and long situation, but at least it is somewhat manageable.
3 wideouts left this time for Milroe. Single setback to his right. Waiting on the pistol formation, and now he'll walk up and change the play. Play clock is now at 5 seconds. Bama at 4, 3, 2. They get the snap off at 2. Stepping up, Milroe now forced out of the pocket, chased and brought down back around the 24-yard line. 2 sacks already, and Milroe getting up, but that is not a good sign, seeing him run for his life early on. The Michigan defense cat quick as well as Bama goes 3 and out.
Couple little games right here up on the interior play. They brought a looper from the right side all the way around to the left, and he is the one that made the tackle. That was Josiah Stewart for the Michigan Wolverines.
Burnip on to punt, averaging 46.6 last week, 47 yards per punt on the season. He will roll to his right. He will boom this one away. A beautiful kick, but fielding it on the right and dropping it is Michigan. Ball on the deck, scramble for it. Bama says they have it. Do they? They'll unpile and say that Alabama has it. Crimson Tide football inside the 45 of the Wolverines.
Was a touch by the receiving team, recovered by the kicking team. First down, Alabama.
The Tide will have it at the Wolverine 44. Excellent field position. The mistake made by the return man, Samaj Morgan, who came running up. And Tyler, we saw this in pregame warmups. The sun this time of day can be a challenge for the receiving team, and Alabama able to get on the football. Quandarius Robinson making the recovery, and Bama has it at the Michigan 44. Pistol formation.
Single set back behind Milroe is Jace McClellan. He gets the handoff. He bulls his way forward inside the 40 to about the 38-yard line. It'll be second down and about 4 upcoming for the Tide.
Yeah, the first rushing play from scrimmage by either offense. You know, so many times you come in these games and you overthink things, thinking you have to be creative, spread it around. You're a little bit concerned about running between the tackles, but you have to be who you are. Alabama's a physical up front. They have to maintain and establish the run between the tackles.
McClellan out, Roydell Williams in. Bama with 3 receivers to the right side and a tight end offset to that side as well with Dupree, but they will go with the quarterback keep. Bounces it to the right side. Milroe trying to get to the first down mark. He's very, very close as he gets bumped out of bounds. They'll say he is at the 39, and that should be enough to move the sticks. It's a first down for Alabama, presented by atix.com. Let Atix be your ticket connection to all the Alabama football games. Atix is the ticket. A player down for the Wolverines at the 35-yard line. And that will bring us to our first media timeout. 10:56 remaining in the opening half of play here in Pasadena. The Tide on the march in a scoreless game when we return here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Picture yourself here. This mental getaway brought to you by visitpensacola.com.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Order Bud Light online today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Don't you mean fa la 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 la?
Nope, we're shaking things up.
Whatever you say.
Shake things up this season at the Toyotathon sales event. Lease a new 2024 Toyota RAV4 LE for $339 a month for 24 months, plus $500 holiday bonus cash. Toyota, let's go places. Offer valid through January 2nd, 2024. Well-qualified lessees with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. 3638 due at signing. No security deposit with select equipment. $350 disposition fee. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details.
Picture yourself here. White sugar sand beach, clear blue-green water. This is Pensacola. It's the way to beach. Experience what's waiting at visitpensacola.com.
10:56 left to go in the first quarter. No score between Alabama and Michigan in the Rose Bowl. The first quarter of today's game is sponsored by C Spire. Reclaim your time by switching to C Spire Fiber Internet. Spend less time waiting and more time enjoying all of your devices at once. C Spire is a proud partner of Alabama football. Coming to you live today inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth. Feel good about your money with Alabama Credit Union. We just saw an Andrews Sports Medicine injury timeout. Again, brought to you by Andrews Sports Medicine and Orthopedic Center, the official sports medicine provider of the Crimson Tide football team. It's good to see Rayshon Benny, a defensive lineman for Michigan, be able to be helped back to the Michigan sideline as, again, Alabama and Michigan are scoreless with 10:56 left to go in the first quarter.
Roger Hoover, thank you so very much. Tyler Watts, Bama, setting up shop on what they say now is 1st and 10 from the 34 of the Wolverines.
Previous play was reviewed. The ball is short of the line to gain. It'll be 3rd down.
Okay. And they haven't moved the sticks. That's why I said what I did. It was one side, it shows 1st down. The other side, they've got the change wrong. They've got to move forward as though it's 1st and 10. But the 3rd down marker is right by the back chain, or the back side of the 10-yard mark. So forgive me if I'm confused, but the guys closest to it, who are tasked with telling me, we're equally confused, perhaps more so.
Yeah, the guy on the box is killing me right now. At least the ball on the field is correct. And I tell you what, this is a tough half yard, though, for this Alabama to pick up. Michigan is very good against the quarterback sneak. Very difficult to run between the tackles. They go with that bare front. Wouldn't be surprised if Alabama goes to the edge.
McClellan at 6'2", 220 at quarterback. Jace McClellan in the backfield behind him. Bama will operate under center. Everybody bunched up. Push right up the middle as the snap does indeed go to Milroe. Michigan says we didn't get it. Let's see what the officials say. Boy, that spot from the near side looks really good for the Tide, don't you think?
I think we got it, but just barely. You wouldn't have, if it had been in third and a yard, you wouldn't have picked it up.
Granted, the game is in Pasadena and we're almost in Burbank. But they do indeed signal first down, Alabama. So move the chains on the bank first down for the Crimson Tide. McClellan in the ball game to the right of Milroe. Jermaine Burton, the wide out to the near side of the field. Kendrick Law in the slot joins him to the left. Tight end to the right side is Oots. He will shift, and Law will shift in tight as well. The snap to Milroe, late getting it, but got it in the hands of his running back. McClellan, 15, 10-5, touchdown Alabama. 34 yards. It didn't start off clean, but oh, did it end beautifully. And Alabama gets on the board first.
Boy, I tell you what, Robbie Hughes made a heck of a block right up the gut, getting up on the linebackers, as well as Jaden Roberts, the right guard. They were able to go up and secure the interior, and that gets McClellan one-on-one against a safety, makes a little bit of a shuffle move, leaves him in his trail. Michigan not used to giving up touchdowns, especially in the first quarter.
Reichert on to try the extra point, the all-time leading scorer in college football history. Waiting on the hold from Burnip. The snap from Nealon Hibbett. All three are successful, and Alabama has a 7-0 lead with 9:41 remaining in the opening quarter of play here in Pasadena. Timeout on the field. We return in a moment. A 7-0 score. Good guys on top here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
It's game day. What do you take to the tailgate? A flat screen TV? Take it to the tailgate. Your wife's favorite blender? A DJ sound system? With a Ford F-150 truck, you can take it all. With available Pro Power onboard that acts like a mobile generator, you can use F-150 to take your tailgate to the next level. Visit your local Ford dealer today. The Alabama Crimson Tide and Ford F-150. Greatness starts here. See owner's manual for important operating instructions.
Roll Tide. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
What it is. Connect with the R&B and hip-hop that's hot now.
Slamming you out.
Discover who's next. And stay up on the culture.
Cause Drake don't know how to kiss and not tell.
On the heat.
Girl, your BD is a 0. My back shot sound like bongo.
Channel 46 and on the SiriusXM app. Included in all trials and popular plans.
What it is.
Connect with the R&B and hip-hop that's hot now.
Slamming you out.
Discover who's next. And stay up on the culture.
Cause Drake don't know how to kiss and not tell.
On the heat.
Girl, your BD is a 0. My back shot sound like bongo.
Channel 46 and on the SiriusXM app. Included in all trials and popular plans.
7-0 Alabama leads Michigan with 9:41 left to go in the first quarter of this Rose Bowl game. We just saw a 34-yard touchdown run by Jace McClellan, the first rushing touchdown for the Crimson Tide, and with that you score a free donut with the purchase of a beverage from Dunkin'. Bama runs on Dunkin'. Overall for the Crimson Tide, the Bromberg scoring drive, 4 plays, 44 yards. It took 2 minutes and 11 seconds off the clock as Alabama is able to strike first in this Rose Bowl against Michigan. First quarter of today's game is sponsored by C-Spire. Reclaim your time by switching to C-Spire Fiber Internet. Spend less time waiting and more time enjoying all of your devices at once. C-Spire is a proud partner of Alabama football. It's a privilege to be up here with you guys in the booth. Later on, I will be heading down to the sidelines to serve as our Cook's Pest Control and Centricon sideline reporter. Again, brought to you by Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination in termite protection.
Roger, thank you so very much. Alabama
scoring for the 310th consecutive ball game. And Tyler Watts so big that the Tide was able to take advantage of the miscue by Michigan. They fumble a punt. Bama recovers in Michigan territory around the 44, and the Tide from there able to punch it in. The 30-plus yard touchdown run from veteran running back Jace McClellan getting the job done as Will Reichard kicks off into the end zone. Another touchback, and the Tide has the 7-0 lead with 9:41 to go in the opening quarter.
You know, and Alabama doing all the damage between the tackles on the ground. Not a single completion by either team. Wouldn't be very shocked if Michigan goes back to their roots and just tries to establish something between the tackles against this Alabama defense.
So Michigan had it for 3 plays on the initial drive, didn't run it once. They've got an empty set in their backfield right now with quarterback J.J. McCarthy. Now they'll bring the tight end to the right side of the formation and bring Blake Corum into the backfield as well. They'll send a man in motion left side, and we'll hand it off to Corum, trying to get to the right edge. He cuts it up, gets to the 30-yard line. It's a 5-yard pickup. I would not have thought it would be 4 plays into the ball game offensively before they got their first run, but not shocked they got 5 yards once they did.
Yeah, they pulled the left guard around, had him as the lead blocker. Blake Corum bounced it to the right side and picked up a nice gain on first down.
How much does the misdirection show their concern for Alabama's defense?
It's their offense. Yeah, it's their offense, though.
They'll move the tight end left side. They'll pitch to Corum left side, trying to get to the edge. He's got a first down. He's got more, and he lowers his shoulder, bullying his way into Alabama territory at the 48-yard line. The Wolverines setting up shop with the first down after a 21-yard gain from Corum. He had interference from Mac Bredesen on that left side as well.
They use the tight end to get out there on the edge as an extra blocker. Alabama didn't adjust to it, and it's just a tall sweep out of a different look.
So operating for the Bama 48, 2 wideouts each side of the formation. They bring men in tight both sides as well, with Corum again in the backfield. Rolling the pocket, firing, pass deflected and incomplete. In the face of J.J. McCarthy was Deontay Lawson, was able to get a hand on the football and may have had an arm on the hand of the quarterback as well.
And glad he did, because they wanted to go to A.J. Burner, the tight end, releasing on a little flat route. He would have been able to pick up 10, 15 yards had Deontay Lawson not knocked this down.
So 2nd and 10. Again for the Bama 48. Clock at 8:22 remaining in the first quarter. Bama on top 7-0. Donovan Edwards in the backfield now to the right of Corum. Play action to him. They'll swing a pass quickly out to the right side. Bama is there and able to bring down the receiver, Colston Loveland, who made the grab and tried to fight forward. He got an additional yard or 2, but great coverage there by Bama defensively.
And Deontay Lawson doing a good job tracking that ball. A little play action, a lot of eye candy so far by this Michigan offense, trying to slow down this Alabama defensive unit. Deontay Lawson stuck with his key, was able to get out there and make the tackle for a short gain.
Wolverines 0 for 1 on 3rd downs thus far. 3 wideouts left, 2 right, an empty set at the moment for McCarthy. As they will snap it to him, it's going to be a quarterback keep, trying to get to the right side, cuts it up, gets across the 40 and to the 39. Did he get to the 38? I don't believe he did. The 39 is where they spot him, and that'll be a yard shy of the first down mark. So it'll be 4th and a yard. They bring Corum back into the ball game, and it does indeed appear that they're going to go for it. So the Wolverines will go for it on 4th and a solid yard. Everybody bunched in. They'll shift the strong side to the left from the pistol formation. McCarthy looking, getting the handoff, giving it to Corum, and he will fight forward easily to the first down mark and beyond. They'll give him the 35. It'll be 1st and 10 Wolverines from there.
Just right up the gut, just a nice push by that big offensive line for Michigan. And this is why you cannot afford to be in 3rd and short and 4th and short situations. A lot of meat that likes to go forward.
The nose of the football right on the Alabama 35. 1st and 10 Michigan from there. 2 wideouts left. Tight ends to each side. As again, it's Corum in the backfield. He will shift to the right side of McCarthy. The handoff will go to him. He'll work forward for a gain of 2, maybe 3. Actually, they'll spot him at the 33-yard line. So Justin Aboigbe made sure that it was just a 2-yard gain with the clock moving near the 6-minute mark of this opening quarter of play.
Tim Smith now checks in. We talked about keeping fresh legs on that defensive unit for Alabama. They have to maintain dominance up front. You can limit this Michigan to allow them 2 yards. It's just the 3, 4, and 5-yard gainers between the tackles cannot afford to have.
Kalel Mullings in the backfield now behind the quarterback McCarthy. Pistol formation. Play action. Looking. Still looking. Pressure coming. Rolling to the edge. McCarthy firing. Pass is caught near the boundary. And that is a complete pass. Mullings was able to make the grab for the first down. And now inside the Bama red zone, after a 19-yard pickup, is Michigan.
I think it was Justin Aboigbe who was unable to get a hand. He got one hand on but couldn't bring his feet with it. And then we actually had a defender slip down. I think that was Deontay Lawson. Lost his footing and lost the receiver as a result.
So 1st and 10 Michigan from the Alabama 14. Tight formation with 1 man left. Corum in the backfield. As operating under center will be McCarthy. They'll hand it to a man coming to the right side, trying to get to the edge. Gets to the 10, gets bumped out of bounds around the 8-yard line. Samaj Morgan, the freshman from West Bloomfield, Michigan, knocked out of bounds. It will be 2nd down and 4 from the Alabama 8-yard line.
A lot of misdirection so far by Michigan, taking a page out of what Auburn did so well with having speed guys going in motion and then run the ball in between the tackle. You know they have some more threats up the middle off of this, but right now they're really making this Alabama front run, sideline to sideline.
Corum to the right of McCarthy now as McCarthy operates from the pistol. 3 wideouts left, 1 right, but they're all bunched in relatively tight. Corum looking to throw. They'll fire. He's got Corum out of the backfield. McCarthy to his running back for the touchdown. Made it look awfully simple. They went play action, slipped him to the left side, able to make the grab, and the Wolverines have pulled to within 1. McCarthy to Corum on play action.
Not sure if Deontay Lawson had him man-to-man or if we were in some sort of zone, but yeah, I think Deontay Lawson thought it was going to be zone coverage as Corum crossed the formation after the play action and nobody picked him up.
Said play action. I'm not sure he even made a fake. Is now on to try the extra point. James Turner, 5th-year player to transfer from Louisville. His kick is up. It's good, and we're tied at 7. We've got 4:23 to go in the first quarter of play here in Pasadena. The Rose Bowl, as good as anticipated between the Tide and the Wolverines here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Get your game face on and roll Tide with Shoe Station. As a proud sponsor of Alabama football, Shoe Station is the place to shop for game day style and trends. With a store in Tuscaloosa, 2 convenient locations in Birmingham, and stores all over the Gulf Coast, you can score big with our massive assortment of men's, women's, and kids' shoes from all the top brands. Check out shoestation.com/Bama today to shop game day ready shoes. Shoestation.com/Bama.
Don't you mean fa la 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 la?
Nope, we're shaking things up.
Whatever you say.
Shake things up this season at the Toyotathon sales event. Lease a new 2024 Toyota RAV4 LE for $339 a month for 24 months, plus $500 holiday bonus cash. Toyota, let's go places. Offer valid through January 2nd, 2024. Well-qualified lessees with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. 3638 due at signing. No security deposit with select equipment. $350 disposition fee. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details.
We're back with a report on a big new craze that is sweeping the nation.
Boy bands are back in style?
No, the Win Big Sweepstakes with Marathon Arco rewards.
Tell me more.
Each time you fill up or buy items, you enter to win prizes like a new SUV, free gas for a year, and more.
Those prizes are as good as the return of the boy bands.
Except they won't leave you for a solo career. Marathon Arco rewards Win Big Sweepstakes. Sign up today on the Marathon Arco rewards app online or at any participating station. Marathon, driven together. Terms and conditions apply.
Alabama and Michigan tied at 7 with 4:23 left to go in this first quarter. This first quarter is brought to you by C Spire. Reclaim your time by switching to C Spire Fiber Internet. Spend less time waiting and more time enjoying all of your devices at once. C Spire is a proud partner of Alabama football. Of course, the Crimson Tide, we are here in sunny California. We're thinking about all the great things that are, of course, going on back home in Tuscaloosa, where the Tide rolls all year long, and we invite Tide fans to check out all the activities happening around our city. Whether you're in T-Town to play, eat, or stay a couple nights, our friends at Visit Tuscaloosa will be there to help make your visit legendary. For more information, visit visittuscaloosa.com is the website.
Thank you, Roger. Tyler White's Alabama seeing Michigan march down the field. Impressive, not surprising that the Wolverines would respond the way they did.
Yeah, and that drive was extended with J.J. McCarthy's legs on the second and long. He's able to scramble, or excuse me, third and long, able to scramble forward, get close to the first down, give him an opportunity to keep the chains going. He is a guy with his legs that you really have to be concerned with as this game progresses, because he potentially could be a difference maker, a lot like what Jalen Milroe has been for Alabama.
Talk about Corum and how effective he is, but it's been as a runner. That is his first touchdown catch of the season. And with the extra point, it has brought us to a 7-7 tie with 4:23 remaining in the opening quarter of action. Kendrick Law deep for Alabama as Tommy Doman is on to kick off, and he will put the foot into this one. It will sail into the end zone, and that'll be a touchback. And Alabama will have it 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line.
So now what do you do if you're Alabama's offense? Your points so far have come off of a turnover by Michigan in the punt game. You have not really shown that you can drive the length of the field. This is really only your third possession, though.
We'll find out when we come back to Pasadena. 7-7 our score. First quarter of play on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Order Bud Light online today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
I'm Ashley Johnston, and I'm an organ donor.
I'm Rob Vaughn, and I'm an organ donor.
I'm Patrick Murphy, and I'm an organ donor.
I'm Nick Saban, and I'm an organ donor.
I'm Nate Oates, and I'm an organ donor.
And I'm Tyler Watts. I'm also an organ donor. Saving a life has never been easier. You can register online at legacyofhope.org. Give the gift of life. Be an organ donor.
An Alabama football Saturday in the South is about as good as a NASCAR Sunday at Talladega. Non-stop action of super speedway racing, tailgating that rivals the quad in the fall, and a weekend of memories that will last a lifetime. Make sure you secure a seat to come experience the best racing and the best party at Talladega Super Speedway, April 20th through the 21st. Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
4:23 left to go in the first quarter of the Rose Bowl. Alabama and Michigan all tied at 7. Big shout out to Big Mike's Steakhouse for taking care of us all season long. Thanks to Big Mike, Scott, Kane, Michael, Brad, Casey, and the whole staff for all the great food and all the warm Southern hospitality. With restaurants now in Thomasville, Andalusia, Lee County, Gunnersville, Orange Beach, and Moundville. You're always close to a Big Mike's Steakhouse. Visit online at BigMikeSteakhouse.com.
It's a great promo. We appreciate their sponsorship, but I wish you hadn't read it. It's been a long time since that donut I had for breakfast. But we look forward to this one continuing on for quite a while. Alabama and Michigan, 4:23 to go first quarter, tied at 7 apiece. Alabama with possession 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line to begin this their actual third drive of the ball game. Waiting on the go-ahead from television before Bama will come to the line of scrimmage. Roydell Williams in the backfield. Isaiah Bond split wide right. He's got company over there as Jermaine Burton is to the near side of the field. Also coming near side is Bond. The handoff will go right up the middle, and there is nowhere to go. In fact, a half-yard loss on the play by Roydell. And so the Tide will have 2nd and 11. Mason Graham, the nose guard, clogging things up in the middle of that Michigan defense.
And I think the Michigan secondary is doing kind of a match, like a zone man match type anytime that Alabama goes into motion. They're wanting all bodies in the tackle box in order to make Alabama one-dimensional.
2 tight ends right for Alabama now with Dupree and Oots to that side of the formation. Also 3 wideouts. 2 to the left. Empty set for Milroe. He'll fire, and that's going to be incomplete. Miscommunication between he and Kendrick Law. Law still had his back to the Bama quarterback as Milroe fired that one. And it'll be 3rd and about 11 upcoming for Alabama here.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if Milroe thought that he had pressure in his face and needed to get rid of the ball. But Kendrick Law was just kind of in that slot position, and he found a little soft area. And I don't know if it was some sort of choice route or what, but he didn't get his head around. Would have been a nice completion.
Bama 1 of 2 on 3rd downs thus far, operating from just shy of their own 25-yard line. The 35 is the 1st down mark. Dupree comes in tight. 2 men wide left, 1 right. Milroe with time, stepping up in the pocket now, wants to run. He'll get to the 30, and then he will fall down around the 32-yard line. Early in this game, he knew the math there. It was 2 or 3 Wolverines that were bearing down on him. And you live to play another day.
Hey, the Alabama offensive line, though, picked up the twist nice, allowed Milroe to get out into space. And I tell you what, I think he was trying to make a move, but his footing came out from under. We talked about what were the conditions, how would they impact this game. And even right there, with Jalen Milroe making a hard cut, the turf just not holding up.
Morgan, the deep man, back around his own 20. 2nd punt of the game upcoming for Burnham. This one a high booming kick that will be at the 22, and Burnham was hit. There is no flag, and he is down around the 22-yard line and in a lot of pain. Not only is that your punter, that is your holder on placements as well. And Jeff Allen and the rest of the medical team looking at him. Let's see what happens. Oh, wow. He had somebody run right into him. Wasn't intentional, but he popped him really good. Wow. Still attending to him. That almost looked like knee-on-knee contact. Burnham getting up and being helped off the field, now able to walk off on his own power. Bama fans, as you would understand, not at all happy with a lack of a flag thrown right there by Michael Vandervelde and his crew. But Michigan will have it 1st and 10 back at their own 19-yard line. Corum in the backfield with J.J. McCarthy, and they've also got a fullback in there. Actually, the tight end Colston Loveland back there at the moment. 2 wideouts left, 1 right. They will hand it off. Corum up the middle, gets about 3, maybe 4 yards before Deontay Lawson and Tresman Marshall, the linebackers, are there to greet him. Decent 1st down pickup, but a gain, they say, of 4 on the play.
Michigan will utilize those tight ends, that little cross zone type of play where they'll bring him in to pick up numbers on the edge. He's kind of like a pulling guard that goes to one side or the other.
Edwards in the backfield now in place of Corum. 3 wideouts right, 2 left, as it's now an empty set for the quarterback McCarthy. Gets the snap, looking across the middle, nothing there, fires right, catch is made, and bumped out of bounds shy of the 30-yard line is Morgan, but that's going to be enough for a 1st down.
Morgan able to create enough separation out of the empty backfield, was zoned up against Malachi Moore, who closed in nicely, but not before the Wolverines are able to move the chains once again.
1st down pickup there after a gain of 7. 1st and 10 at their own 30-yard line. Khalil Mullings in the backfield now. Actually, he's got two men there, Edwards and Mullings, on either side of the quarterback. They'll hand it off to Edwards. He'll run to the right, and he'll pick up nice yardage again to the 38 of the Wolverines. A first down pickup of 8 yards. And we talk about their power, their strength, but their misdirection and quickness also lethal, as we're seeing here in the first quarter.
Yeah, they actually use a running back as a lead blocker on that play as well as the backside guards. They actually have 2 lead blockers going a lot of misdirection, but they're picking up numbers with the pulling guys.
A minute left here in the opening quarter. 7-7 ball game between Alabama and Michigan at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena. McCarthy waiting on the snap. Gets it. Hands it off. Fighting near the line of scrimmage and beyond. Picking up a first down, but with a flag coming in late was Mullings. We'll see what this penalty will be.
It might be against us.
What'd you see, Tyler?
Well, just when you see that secondary guy, it might have been a face mask. Not getting much help from the players right now.
No reaction either way. Well, Dallas Turner just pointed the other direction. Bama now signaling as if it's against the Wolverines.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, number 44, offense, 15-yard penalty, still be second down.
That's Bredesen, that tight end who had a big block earlier for the Wolverines, but he is guilty of a penalty there. Was it a late shove?
No, you had Caleb Downs on the ground already, and then he just lunged into him and drove him in even more. Caleb Downs is out of the play, I guess, and they consider him a defenseless player.
So that backs it up all the way to the 29-yard line, and it's 2nd and 11 instead of a first down. It's 2nd and 11 for the Wolverines, operating from their own 29-yard line. Empty set again for McCarthy. Gets the snap. Looking, quarterback keep. He'll fight forward, but he's going to go down. Nice play defensively by the Crimson Tide. Damon Payne appeared to be there, and it was big number 44, the redshirt sophomore out of Belleville, Michigan, ironically, who makes the hit for the Crimson Tide.
And Justin Boydby was also in on the play as well. That forced McCarthy a little bit to the edge to allow Damon Payne to clean things up.
Final play of the opening quarter, and it has been as good as advertised through the first 15 minutes here at the Rose Bowl. 7-7, Alabama and Michigan on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
We've all been caught up in the little chores that pile up every day. The dishes in the sink, the trash that needs taking out, the pesky check engine, nights filled with adventure, and every day you feel like a winner. A little change can go a long way when you escape every day at Wing Creek Casino and on the Casinoverse app.
From Barn and Joe Willie to Mac and Tua, this is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Congratulations to all our subscribers who took home a fantasy football title this year with the expert advice on Fantasy Sports Radio.
I want to thank you guys for making me a better fantasy player.
The winning doesn't stop there. Stick around to dominate DFS hockey and hoops, March Madness, fantasy baseball, and more. The winning never stops on Fantasy Sports Radio.
I won by 5 points thanks to your advice.
I want to help people win more than I want to win myself.
Sirius XM Channel 87 and the Sirius XM app. Congratulations to all our subscribers who took home a fantasy football title this year with the expert advice on Fantasy Sports Radio.
I want to thank you guys for making me a better fantasy player.
The winning doesn't stop there. Stick around to dominate DFS hockey and hoops, March Madness, fantasy baseball, and more. The winning never stops on Fantasy Sports Radio.
I won by 5 points thanks to your advice.
I want to help people win more than I want to win myself.
Sirius XM Channel 87 and the Sirius XM app.
And our scores are presented on this New Year's Day by the folks at Alabama Power, proud to support the Crimson Tide. I'm Brian Houseworth. Number 13 LSU comes from behind. They beat Wisconsin 35-31. Nussmeier, the MVP. 21st ranked Tennessee wins their 9th of the year. They shut out Iowa 35-0. All-State Sugar Bowl. The other college football semifinal is coming up tonight. Number 3, Texas. Number 2, Washington. I'm Brian Houseworth, live in studio. I'll talk to you again at the half. Let's send you back to the Keith Jackson Broadcast Center in Pasadena. Happy New Year. Roger Hoover.
Happy New Year, Brian Houseworth. The first quarter recap is presented by Knox Pest Control. With over 80 years of experience, Knox Pest Control has been serving the communities of Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, and North Florida, offering pest control, wildlife control, and lawn care. Call 877-KNOX-PEST or visit knoxpest.com. Knox knocks them out. Again, a 7-7 score between Alabama and Michigan as we come to you live from inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth where you can feel good about your money. Once again on the call, here's Chris Stewart.
Roger, thank you so very much. It will be a 3rd down and 10 upcoming for the Wolverines. J.J. McCarthy, the quarterback. Donovan Edwards into the ball game, but he is one of 5 men. Split wide. Now he'll come in tight to the left and then float back into the backfield alongside his quarterback. They'll also shift the man to the left side as well. McCarthy looking across the middle. That one is caught, spinning, but slung down at the 38-yard line. It was Kool-Aid McKinstry slinging Samaj Morgan to the turf, 2 yards shy of the first down marker, and the Wolverines will have to punt it away.
Boy, what a play by Kool-Aid McKinstry, because we went man coverage out of our dime package, and they ran some crossers up the middle. Good penetration up the front by that defensive front. I tell you, Terry and Arnold had a good play on it, but just a better throwing catch. But Kool-Aid McKinstry right there coming from the opposite side, able to wrap up and calls the punt.
Punt up coming from Doman is first in the opening quarter. Covered 36 yards, but now it's Downs who's looking into that sud. Fair catch called for and made cleanly at the 23-yard line. So 1st and 10, Alabama. Officially, they say now the 24 after a 38-yard punt. And you can tell, especially when you're kicking from our right to our left, the punters, they want that ball high in the air to make it as tough as possible for those guys to see right now with the sky as it is.
It's been a challenge. You can tell there's a lot of squinting going on. But now the Alabama receiving corps will have the benefit of having the sun. Jalen Milroe be looking into the sun.
So operating from their 24. Jalen Hale, one of the 2 wideouts, split left for Milroe. Single set back to his right. Justice Haynes in there. Haynes will go right as Milroe has pressure coming and he goes down. Wow, 3rd sack of the day by the Michigan defense, as getting there almost as quickly as the snap did was the weak side linebacker Michael Barrett. Georgia native out of Valdosta came flying in out of nowhere, and that is a bit disconcerting as that is already the 3rd time that Milroe has been sacked in this ball game, and he didn't have a chance there.
No, the offensive line slid the wrong direction. Obviously thought pressure was going to come from the boundary, and instead it came from the field.
So 2nd down and 19 for Alabama from their 16-yard line. Milroe, pressure coming again, steps through it initially, but he goes down at the 10-yard line. So as was the case on the first drive of the game for Alabama, 2 sacks have been recorded here by the Michigan defense, a total of 4 already in the contest.
They just brought a couple of loopers, really just a 4-man rush, really a 5-man rush, a little game up front. We got confused, lost our footing, and allowed penetration to come right up the middle, and that's the worst place it can come for a quarterback.
See if Bama goes conservative here on 3rd down and 24. Or do they try the home run ball? Jace McClellan in the backfield. Play clock is down to just 2. It's at 1. They get the snap off in time. Milroe, quarterback, keep up the middle. Burst forward. He gets leveled as he gets to the 23-yard line. That's the original line of scrimmage, but Bama will have to punt it away with 4th and 10 upcoming.
An important 15 yards, though, potentially. This might be a game of field position, so that yardage could come in handy. Wish he'd have been that physical on the previous 3rd down, because he would have picked up and moved the chains.
James Burnip, who went down after being hit on the previous punt, is back out there, thankfully. 43-yard average on 2 kicks for him thus far. Samaj Morgan is the deep man. The punt from Burnham, a high wobbly kick. Morgan, a fair catch called for and made right at the 30-yard line. On the near side of the field, that's the Michigan sideline. And with 11:54 to go in the second quarter, the Wolverines will take over 1st and 10. Again, right at their 30-yard line. Timeout on the field will break as well. 7-7 ball game. Bama and the Wolverines on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Some people just know that the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not one based on the guy in post-game traffic watching the post-game highlights while trying to make a left turn out of the very busy post-game parking lot. Why would you pay a rate based on anyone else? Get a rate based on you with DriveWise and the Allstate app. Not available in California, subject to terms and conditions. Some states participation in DriveWise allows Allstate to use your driving data for purposes of rating, while in some states a rate could increase with high-risk driving. Safer drivers will save with DriveWise. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
We're back with a report on a big new craze that is sweeping the nation.
Boy bands are back in style?
No, the Win Big Sweepstakes with Marathon Arco rewards.
Tell me more.
Each time you fill up or buy items, you enter to win prizes like a new SUV, free gas for a year, and more.
Those prizes are as good as the return of the boy bands.
Except they won't leave you for a solo career. Marathon Arco rewards Win Big Sweepstakes. Sign up today on the Marathon Arco rewards app online or at any participating station. Marathon, driven together. Terms and conditions apply.
Now this is a Dunkin' Run. A $3 sausage, egg, and cheese with a medium or larger coffee.
I'm going on a Dunkin' Run. You want anything?
Oh, a sausage, egg, and cheese croissant and a hot coffee.
You got it.
Wait, actually, a sausage, egg, and cheese and an iced coffee. Time for a Dunkin' Run. Add a $3 sausage, egg, and cheese to a medium or larger coffee. America runs on Dunkin'. Offer valid with the purchase of a medium or larger coffee. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Terms apply.
11:54 left to go in the second quarter. Alabama and Michigan all tied at 7. On the last drive for the Wolverines, we saw Alabama's first big-time stop presented by Truckworks, the official commercial truck dealer of the Crimson Tide. 13 locations across the Southeast to help keep your business rolling. It was a huge hit leveled by Kool-Aid McKinstry, stuffing Samaj Morgan just shy of the yard to gain for the Wolverines to extend their last drive. So again, a great hit by Kool-Aid McKinstry, getting that big-time stop by Bama. Again, presented by Truckworks.
Roger Hoover, thank you so very much. Tyler Watts, is this game pretty much gone to the form you expected?
I tell you, it's close. You knew that Michigan wanted to be physical up front, and I have been impressed, though, with the speed, especially in their secondary. We cannot create any separation with our in the passing game.
Wolverines bringing it ahead. We pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Crimson Tide Sports Network.
Hey, this is Pete Pistone. Be sure to tune in tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern to Big Ten This Morning for a recap of Michigan's Rose Bowl matchup against Alabama in the college football playoff.
Wolverines with a football, 1st and 10 from their own 30-yard line. Alex Orji, the quarterback, taking the direct snap and fighting his way forward for about 3.5 yards. They'll spot him down around the 33. And Tyler Watts, a little bit different look for one play anyway. As Orji will come out, and we will see once again J.J. McCarthy back in on 2nd down and 6.
Well, we talked. Michigan just wants to get ahead of the change, and this is a little wrinkle that they can bring in with a zone-ready backup quarterback and have him penetrate this defense. A little different look. I don't think Alabama's concerned about personnel so much as just a different play that you typically don't see out of this Michigan offense.
Corum behind the quarterback, McCarthy. With the strong side to the left. Play action. McCarthy looking downfield with time. Fires. Has a man, pass incomplete. Cornelius Johnson, the intended receiver. Terrion Arnold was the man closest to him, but thankfully that ball was just off the mark, or otherwise it would have likely been a completion. There was good separation there between the DB and the receiver.
Yeah, once again, though, that sun coming into play as Johnson for Michigan having to look back, and the ball was thrown too high anyway. J.J. McCarthy had to get rid of the football as pressure was coming by that Alabama front four.
3rd and a short 7. Wolverines 0 for 3 on 3rd down so far. Donovan Edwards in the backfield with McCarthy, who rolls the pocket right. Firing. He's got a man there, but it's going to be incomplete. Nice coverage on Roman Wilson by Trey Amos. as Bama went with 6 DBs on that play, and Amos, who's been really good this year in that role, the senior out of New Iberia, Louisiana, there in coverage.
So the dime personnel package for Alabama is our best feet on the field, or best unit for this Alabama defensive group. But you have to force Michigan into 3rd and long situations before you can roll them out there. Michigan obviously is probably going to counter that and start running the football on 3rd and long, similar to what Mississippi State did to take advantage of those sides.
Doman on to punt for the Wolverines. Down, standing back inside his 25. A high, spiraling, towering kick, and a great job on the part of Downs to field that one at the 30-yard line. That was not, again, a very long punt. Only covered 36 yards, but, man, it may have traveled 60 in the air. Slight exaggeration, but nonetheless a heck of an effort on the part of Tommy Doman of Michigan, and even better on the part of Alabama's return man, Caleb Downs. Timeout on the field will break as well. Still deadlocked. 7 apiece. Alabama and Michigan. 10:50 to go in the second quarter of play here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Do you say roll tide instead of hello? See elephants in the clouds? Never wear blue and orange together? If so, there's no better way to show your Crimson Tide pride than with the University of Alabama Regions Visa debit card and prepaid Regions Now card. As passionate as you are about Bama, Regions is even more passionate about celebrating your every financial win and helping you plan for the next one. To order your card, visit regions.com/GoBama. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms, conditions, and fees apply.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Hey, this is Conan O'Brien. Check out my channel, Conan O'Brien Radio, on Sirius XM 104. You'll find my delightful Conan O'Brien Needs a Friend podcast, highlights from my late-night shows, showcasing some of the most absurd and hilarious moments from my decades on television.
Come on, everyone, settle down. This is a serious TV show.
Plus, dive deep into 28 years of late-night memories and behind-the-scenes with Inside Conan. Conan O'Brien Radio, only on Sirius XM, channel 104. Or listen with the Sirius XM app.
What a way to welcome in the new year at the Plantation Course at Kapalua.
The time is here. The time is now. You can hear the boots shaking the ground. It's time to settle the score. This the moment we've been waiting for.
What a finish!
The best golf, just about unbeatable, is played here.
The Century, January 4th through 7th on NBC, Golf Channel, and Peacock.
10:50 left to go in the second of the Rose Bowl. Alabama and Michigan tied at 7. Across the conference, presented by T-Mobile. T-Mobile bringing 5G to hometowns all across the SEC and a proud partner of the Alabama Crimson Tide. It is Alabama representing the Southeastern Conference in this college football playoff after beating Georgia for the SEC championship. Coming up again in 10 minutes, 50 seconds of game time, we will have the Full Moon Barbecue halftime report. Bama fans, after another Alabama victory, drop by and celebrate at Full Moon Barbecue, now with 16 locations. There's always one near you. Best little pork house in Alabama. Again, we're still a little bit away from it, but Chris Stewart, you know LA traffic. I might as well go ahead and make sure I get down there as our Cook Pest Control sideline reporter.
Leave breadcrumbs, too, by the way. It is not the easiest thing to get back here. So good luck, partner. Appreciate you and all your efforts all season long. Great teammate for us here on the network. And a key cog in the wheel also, as Alabama will have it 1st and 10. From their own 30-yard line. Crimson Tide knotted up at 7 apiece with the top seed and number 1 ranked Michigan Wolverines. Strong side of the formation is left. Everybody bunched in tight except for a wide out to the near side. McClellan in the backfield with the quarterback Milroe. He gets the handoff, tries to bounce it left, gets stacked up after a gain of about 3. We'll have 2nd and 7 upcoming there.
Still a good pickup, though, on 1st down. Really the first successful run Alabama's had over the last 2 or 3 possessions. Getting ahead of the chains can set you up in a 2nd and medium situation. Alabama's got to find a way to move the ball through the air a little bit, and I'm not sure exactly how they're doing it. They're trying different personnel groupings, but a lot of these plays that they're running are slow developing further down the field. They got to get rid of the football quickly.
McClellan in the backfield to the right of Milroe. Isaiah Bond, the wide out to the right side of the formation. Two are to the left. Handoff going to McClellan. He gets spun around right as he takes the handoff and loses 2 yards on the play. Jalen Harrell is able to spin him around and make the stop for a 2-yard loss.
And they've just been so much quicker up front than our Alabama offensive line has. We try to pull guys around with a split zone, and they're right in our back pocket making the tackle for a loss. 3rd and 9 upcoming. Bama just 1 of 4 on 3rd downs thus far. 3 wideouts right, 2 left. Milroe all by his lonesome in the backfield, waiting on the shotgun snap from his center, Seth McLaughlin, and we've got a whistle and a timeout called. Michigan very confused in the secondary. Had guys moving around, adjusting late. Jim Hart did not want to lose this opportunity to force a punt. He wanted to get his guys together. So after the Harbaugh timeout, Bama will have possession. We'll have a opportunity to talk things over so that they can keep possession. 3rd down upcoming with 9:26 to play before halftime. 7-7 ball game on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. From
We've all been caught up in the little chores that pile up every day. The dishes in the sink, the trash that needs taking out, the pesky check. A winner! A little change can go a long way when you escape every day at Wind Creek Casino and on the Casinoverse app.
Well, neither side's been able to get a lot going offensively. It's a 7-7 ball game, which obviously the score indicates that there hasn't been much going on, but the stats certainly tell the story also. Michigan, Tyler Watts with 116 yards of total offense, 70 on the ground, 46 through the air. Alabama only 11 passing yards thus far. Jalen Milroe 1 of 2. He's been sacked 4 times, and that factors into the fact that Alabama only has 27 rushing yards as well.
Yeah, but most importantly, the Alabama defense is playing well. And you know that Tommy Rees and his offensive staff are up there scratching their head, figuring out ways that they can move the ball effectively against this very good Michigan defense. It's been tough sledding, though, as you mentioned. You get behind the chains, you're not able to create separation. You're losing track of where guys are on the games and the twist up front with your offensive line. And Jalen Milroe right now is not keeping his eyes downfield, understanding where pressures are coming from and where he needs to go with the ball. And when he has been able to break containment, hadn't been able to keep his footing.
Yeah, those 4 sacks I talked about resulting in total yardage loss of 37 for Alabama thus far. 3rd down and 9 upcoming for Alabama. The Tide again just 1 of 4 on 3rd downs thus far. Operating from their own 31-yard line with 9:26 remaining here in quarter number 2. Kendrick Law, Isaiah Bond, and also Jermaine Burton split wide to the right side. 2 men are split wide left. Milroe with the empty set sends Law in motion to his left. Quarterback keep. Jalen trying to get to the outside, can't. Great job defensively on the part of Mikey Sainristil, the nickelback, to come up and make the stop in the open field, and not too many guys have been able to hit Milroe and stop him like that.
Yeah, Michigan's awfully good at open field tackling. Had a nice hole, but just missed 1 block. Needed C.J. Dupree to pick up. Sainristil there, and it probably ends up in a 1st down. But I think this is a play in a formation Alabama can go back to and utilize Kendrick Law in the speed sweep. That can give Michigan some problems and also create some opportunities downfield.
Morgan again deep, back inside his own 20-yard line. Alabama with Burnip in punt formation. Gets the snap, rolls to his right. Michigan came with pressure, but the kick will hit, and Alabama will watch it roll, and it does indeed take an Alabama roll all the way inside the 18-yard line. It will be a 1st down for Alabama for Michigan from inside their own 20-yard line. 8:26 to go in the 2nd quarter of play. 7-7 ball game after a 52-yard punt from James Burnip.
I tell you what, Alabama's got to figure something out offensively. The defense has to buckle down right here. Once again, they're getting called on to force a punt. Cannot allow Michigan to go on a long drive right before halftime.
Corum, the single setback. They'll move him to the right side of the quarterback, McCarthy. Handoff does go to Corum, trying to bounce it to the edge. He will churn forward, and man, the pile moving with him up near the 25-yard line. It's a gain of about 7, maybe 8. Jahad Campbell among those, just trying to hang on for dear life. Justin Aboigbe as well. But that's a gain of 8 yards on the play.
You got to think about it, because he's such a low frame, only 5'8", you tackle him what you think is low, and that's still high on Blake Corum.
3 wideouts to the right of the formation for Michigan. Corum again in the backfield. Gets the handoff, sheds one tackler, fights forward, gets the first down. Bama had a chance to get him in the backfield, Tyler, and couldn't do it. Deontay Lawson ultimately makes the stop.
Aboigbe did a nice job of shooting a gap and was able to get one hand on it, but you got to remember, this is a strong running back. That's not going to cut it. Blake Corum keeps his balance, bounces it to the outside. Jalen Keeley also had a chance to bring him down for a short gain and missed as well.
So now they'll operate from the 29, clock moving. 7:15 ticking, time left. Second quarter, 7-7 ball game here in Pasadena. The college football playoff between the Tide and the Wolverines. High snap, but the handoff made once again to Corum, and he pushes forward for a gain of about 2.5.
We're trying our best up front to try to read a 2-gap scheme, basically to just shun those offensive linemen and then be able to throw them depending on where the ball carrier goes. But right now, Michigan's getting a good little push, and we're not getting much at all. So even when we stalemate them, we're giving up a yard or two, as Blake Corum was just able to pick up.
Second and a long 8 with Donovan Edwards now in the backfield to the left of McCarthy. Send a man in motion right side in Morgan. He changes direction to go left. Play action. Across the middle they go. Catch is made. First down gained. And the tight end, Loveland, is finally corralled and brought down, but not until he picks up a dozen yards. And Tyler, they're able to get the intermediate stuff in addition to the run game, chewing up some yardage against the Crimson Tide.
And most importantly, they're getting rid of the football relatively quick. With all the play action, they're spreading out our middle linebackers, and then they just snuck the tight end right in behind him.
Edwards again in the backfield as they'll operate under center with McCarthy. Strong side right. Bama trying to get in the right spot. Simple toss sweep, but they'll throw it back to the quarterback. He almost had it go over his head. Now they'll throw it downfield. He's got a man. Catch is made and out of bounds inside the Alabama 40-yard line. That is one heck of a play, because it was almost disaster for the Wolverines. Instead, they turned it into a big gainer and almost got additional yardage. They wanted a late hit from Alabama, but there was no flag that I saw after a 30-yard pickup.
Boy, you don't see these type of plays. Dallas Turner got held coming out of as he was pursuing Blake Corum, or excuse me, J.J. McCarthy. As you mentioned, McCarthy going up and getting that ball and able to pull it down, took a shot at the end, was very slow getting up. There was nothing about that. He just hit the ground hard.
They hurry to the line of scrimmage. The Wolverines do. They'll go with a stretch handoff right side, and upended by Turner was indeed Corum. Wow, Caleb Downs was there. I think may have delivered a hit low, but it looked like 15 was there also, and not much running room at all for the Wolverines standout Blake Corum. He's going to come off the field, and in to replace him, I believe, is going to be again Edwards. 2nd and 10, Michigan. Clock moving, under 5 minutes to go before halftime. It is Edwards to the right side of McCarthy. Handoff to Edwards, trying to fight forward, can't get anywhere. Give him a yard at the most. Instead, they say Damon Payne kept him from getting beyond the line of scrimmage. So now 3rd and 10. Tim Keenan the third also there for Alabama defensively.
Huge set of downs right here for Alabama. You cannot afford to give up a chunk play right here and set up a 4th and short. You know Michigan's in no man's land. You need a tackle for no gain, or hopefully even something for a loss.
They're 0 for 4 on 3rd downs, but they have converted a 4th down conversion. That's what ultimately led to their touchdown. Snap goes to McCarthy. Plenty of time. Looks, hits a man across the middle. He'll go to the right side. He'll go down the sideline. He'll get to the pylon. Did he get in? Yes, he did. Touchdown, Michigan. 38 yards as Tyler Morris made the catch and outran the Bama defense to the end zone to give the Wolverines their first lead. It's now 13-7.
Well, 3rd and long, you're hoping for a sack to force Michigan to punt the football, and instead you go man coverage, and somehow another wide receiver gets matched up on Deontay Lawson, the linebacker, and that's a foot race that Lawson cannot win.
So Turner will come on to try the extra point. From the hold of Doman. And the snap from William Wagner. Trying to give Michigan a 14-7 lead. Bama had the early 7-0 advantage, but now it's the Big Blue who snap it low, and it will scoot past everybody. They'll scramble, and the Wolverines will recover it back at the 30, but it's a failed PAT. Turner, the kicker, got back on it. But that could be huge as we go forward here in this football game. Still at the moment, it's 13-7, Michigan on top. 3:49 remaining before halftime, and Tyler Watts, Bama with work to do.
A lot of work. We got to figure something out offensively. Still plenty of time to go here in the first half to kind of generate something. We get the ball coming out. The only thing you cannot afford is a 3-and-out and or some sort of turnover to give a cheap scoring opportunity for Michigan. Defense has played well outside of that 3rd and long situation. Obviously, some sort of miscommunication where Michigan was able to get a receiver on a linebacker. That's not a matchup Deontay Lawson should be asked to do, and Michigan took advantage of that.
No time to panic, but certainly cause for concern with the way things have gone since Alabama took the initial lead.
No, 100%, because we have not done anything offensively. We haven't figured out how to pick up this pass rush or the twist up front, and we have to find ways to move the ball and keep the defense off the field, rather.
Michigan with 199 yards of total offense, 115 through the air, 84 more on the ground. Bama just 39 yards of total offense, 11 passing, 28 slightly deceiving, because there's 37 yards lost in the ground game because of sacks by Michigan, 4 total in the ball game. But that does shine even more of a spotlight on the issues taking place in the Alabama, for lack of a better term, passing attack.
Yeah, there's definitely a lack of, therefore. I mean, you got to find a way to be successful in 1st and 2nd down to keep the run as a threat on 2nd and 3rd down. I mean, if you get backed up and no gain, you know that Alabama's going to throw the ball. Michigan's been bringing pressure. How do you attack the middle of the field as well? And I don't know if we need to start crossing guys or what exactly we're doing. I'm sure that they're going to figure something out. But we've got to get the ball in our playmakers' hands in space if possible. But right now, Michigan, this secondary is being just suffocating to us. Everything's been around the line of scrimmage. We hadn't had enough time to push the ball down the field to kind of back them up a little bit. And so we got to find a way just to nickel and dime and get what you can.
Jalen Milroe across the way, throwing, trying to get loose as Alabama will come back out onto the field following the kickoff from the Wolverines here momentarily. But seeing him throw about 25, 30-yard passes. Again, he's only completed 1 of 2 thus far in the ball game, Tyler.
And Chris, it's not for lack of attempts. It's just he has not been able to get rid of the football.
So 4 sacks. They forced him into running it on a few other occasions. You know, but Alabama also not running it very effectively either.
Right now, you can tell that Michigan, their sole objective is to prevent Jalen Milroe from running the football against them. So you have to use that as a decoy and allow other guys around him, Kendrick Law and some other people, to take advantage of what has to be given up in order to stop Jalen Milroe.
So Kendrick Law is deep for Alabama. As the kickoff from the foot of Turner will be fielded at the goal line by Kendrick, and he will get smothered as he gets to the 15-yard line. Boy, he took quite a hit right there. Unfortunate that he didn't lose the football in the process. Michigan playing faster and stronger at the moment, and their crowd wearing the Maize and Blue, as spirited as we have seen them since things kicked off earlier today.
Well, this is just one of those times. Somebody's going to have to make a play, and you don't have to do it all at once, but somebody make a play to get this sideline for Alabama fired up and ready to go.
3 wideouts right, 1 left for Milroe. Single setback to his right as well. Dupree comes in tight to the right side. Milroe claps his hands, gets the ball, now rolls to the right, fires, has a man, and that is going to be caught near the boundary. Was he inbounds? Yes. What a grab on the part of Isaiah Bond. First downfield connection that he has had on the day, and Alabama gets 30 yards on that play.
Boy, heck of a job. Nice throw also by Jalen Milroe. You had Will Johnson, the cornerback, sinking back into coverage, as well as Keon Saab, the safety, coming over the top. Ball had to be dropped right in, and it was.
Perfect execution there as Bama moves it up on the bank first down to the 45-yard line. Milroe, play action. Looking downfield, plenty of time, going deep, trying to connect, but out of bounds on the throw. Jermaine Burton not able to get any separation whatsoever with the DBs on that side. Will Johnson was the corner, Rod Moore was the free safety, but both were with him step for step.
And Johnson had a huge cushion there. You know, you got to hit some of those underneath passes before you make that safety, or corner rather, come up and try to take that away. Then the double moves works.
2nd and 10 Alabama with McClellan in the backfield to the right of Milroe, operating from the pistol. Sends Burton in motion to the right side. Play action again. Jalen firing near side. Burton makes the catch. Tight ropes the sidelines. They'll spot him out of bounds right near midfield. It will be 3rd down and right at 4 to go for the first down. They've got to get to the Michigan 45. They're currently at the Wolverine 49-yard line.
Boy, big down right here. We're just under 3 minutes to go before halftime. If you can snake away and get a touchdown and or a field goal, that would be huge, but you have to pick up the first down first.
Want to give it back. Bama just 1 of 5 on 3rd downs. You've got 3rd and 4 here. McClellan to the right of Milroe, directing traffic before the snap. Now gets it, hands it off. McClellan right up the gut. First down inside the 45 to the 44 of the Wolverines. It'll be 1st and 10 after another bank first down. J.C. Latham running interference, along with a wide receiver, Jalen Hale, helping on that side as well.
Boy, C.J. Dupree also collapsed the left side of that defensive line for Michigan down and opened up a huge hole on the right side.
Just hit the 2-minute mark. Time left here in the first half. Bama with all 3 timeouts available in a 1st and 10 from the Michigan 44. Milroe with 2 men in the backfield at the moment, and a flag comes in. Movement by Alabama. Perhaps we'll wait and see for Michael Vandervelde, the referee. Procedure is the call against the Tide.
Still first down.
A rare penalty flag in this first half. That is the first on the Crimson Tide. Michigan's been flagged once for 15. But a 1st and 15 now for Alabama with 1:34 and ticking time left in the half. Milroe getting the snap. Play action. Stepping up in the pocket. Looking deep. Has a man down there. It is going to be knocked away, and perhaps knocked away as much by Kendrick Law as it was by the defensive back who was there in coverage, Tyler, because Kendrick really didn't have much of a chance to make the grab. The better opportunity to make a reception would have been the free safety, Rod Moore.
Yeah, Rod Moore doing a good job staying back into coverage. He kept everything in front of him, but it's still a nice home run hit. And I think that shows that you're probably, if you can pick up positive yardage and make this manageable, you're going to go for it on 4th down.
So with 1:16 to go in the half, Bama with a 2nd down and 14 upcoming. 15 actually. Milroe stepping up with the pocket, wants to run. He's got a lot of room inside the 35 and tripped up as he gets to the 32-yard line. Milroe able to get the first down, brought to you by Bank First. The clock stopping briefly with 1:07 to go here in the first half after a 17-yard pickup.
And this is what Michigan has been concerned with, and Jalen Milroe using that speed to pick up the first down, and if it weren't for a shoestring tackle by the secondary, that's a touchdown.
Milroe across the middle, catch made, Nyblack. He's going to be brought down, actually lost some yardage after his initial grab to the 25, loses yardage back to the 26 or 27. Timeout called by Alabama with 48 seconds remaining in the opening half of play.
Still an impressive drive, though, and Alabama's been able to do it.
It's called their first charge. Time out of the half. This will be 30 seconds in late.
Able to do it through the air. The offensive line has made some adjustments, doing a much better job keeping their head on a swivel, feeling where those defensive linemen are starting to twist to. They're picking it up, allowing Jalen Milroe to step into practice, and has throwing some darts on this particular drive.
Good news. At a minimum, from right here, you are inside the range of Will Reichard for halftime, and obviously our goals and aspirations are much larger than just 3 points at the moment, but still it's nice to know you've got a very good chance of that in your hip pocket.
But you have to walk away with points of some sort, so you have to be protective of the football. If pressure starts to come, throw it away. You cannot take a sack right here.
49 seconds left in the first half. Roydale Williams in the ball game now for Alabama. Joining Milroe in the backfield. Malik Benson is split wide right. 3 men are wide left for the Crimson Tide. Shadows covering about 90% of the field. Milroe throws it left side, bubble screen, and that will be a catch made by Bond, who got collared right around the 25. It will be 3rd down and 3 upcoming. Clock moving at 36, 35, 34 seconds to go in the half, and a big 3rd down here for Alabama. Milroe with an empty set now gets the snap. Looking, pressure coming, and he goes down back at the 34-yard line. The 5th sack of the first half keeps Alabama, in all likelihood, from taking a shot at the end zone here.
We're looking at a 50-yarder. The one thing that you could not have happen, and then the pressure came around from the right side. Michigan just brought 2 guys. J.C. Latham really didn't get either one of them.
It was the sack by Tyler Morris. Check that, I'm sorry. Derek Moore, wrong number 8. Derek Moore, the big defensive end at 6'3", 260, who got to him and brought him down. And in all likelihood, we'll see Will Reichard, the graduate from Hoover, Alabama, coming on to try a field goal right around 50 yards. His career best is 51. That was against Texas earlier this year. He's done that a couple of times in his Bama career. 20 of 23 on the season. Had a 43-yarder last week, or last game actually, in Mercedes-Benz Stadium against Georgia. It is a very slight breeze, but it is in his face. The spot will be right at the 40, so it'll be a 50-yard field goal from what is the far hash. The hold from Burnip, the snap from Nealon Hibbett, trying to make this a 13-10 game here late in the half. Snap and spot are good. The kick has enough leg. It is up. It is good. Will Reichard boots it through, and we got a 13-10 ball game with just 7 seconds remaining in the opening half of play. Points on the board big as the Tide does get the ball first to begin the second half of play.
Yeah, obviously you would have preferred to have walked away with a touchdown, but the way that this first half has gone offensively, any production moving the ball in the right direction is the only thing that you've really been trying to seek. And now Alabama, with their backs against the wall, down 14-7, finds a way to put a drive together, put points on the board, and as you mentioned, getting the ball out of halftime, that's going to be critical. Make your adjustments. Maybe this is the old school Alabama team we've seen all year long, where they're just a second half team waiting to come out.
They have indeed been fantastic in half number 2. So strong after intermission. The Tide is 120 of its 456 points in the third quarter of games. The defense has also allowed just 51 in the third quarter, the fewest in any quarter this year, as the kickoff by Reichard will sail into the end zone. It'll be a touchback, and that's huge because in all likelihood, the Wolverines will simply take a knee and get to the locker room with what is a 13-10 contest, but let's wait and see for sure. They've got no wideouts. They've got a man deep back around the 15-yard line, basically as a safety in case a bad snap happens. McCarthy under center gets the snap, and the final seconds of the half will indeed tick away. And the first half comes to a close with Michigan on top, but Alabama a little momentum. 13-10 our score at the break. Wolverines leading Alabama here in Pasadena. We will hear Roger Hoover's conversation with Coach Nick Saban on the other side of our break. It's right after this on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey folks, Bob Baumhauer here. We're extremely proud that Baumhauer's Victory Grill has been serving Alabama for 43 legendary years. Our motto is legendary fun, legendary food, and we strive to make every dining experience a special one for all of our guests. Our menu features delicious, always fresh and scratch-made in-house recipes. And of course, our award-winning wings and sauces. And don't forget, our happy hour and halftime daily specials cannot be beat. Baumhauer's Victory Grill. Legendary fun, legendary food.
Bama's football tradition includes 18 national championships and 29 SEC titles. Reminds me of another winning tradition, Cook's Pest Control and the Centricon system, the unbeatable combination for termite protection. You know, I have peace of mind knowing that my home is protected by Cook's and Centricon. Discover how affordable it is to protect your home. Make the right call. Cook's Pest Control.
Looky, looky, looky. Here comes Cookie. Cook's Pest Control.
Champions never give in. That's why Cadence Bank is the teammate to help you get the extra yardage you need to secure victory in your financial journey. Whether you're saving for a dream home, starting a business, or just need to tackle everyday life, we have the teammates, tools, and strategy to help you stay in the game. Dreams are in reach for those who never give up. Visit cadencebank.com to learn more. That's cadencebank.com. Your team, your cadence. Cadence Bank, member FDIC.
Sports not only bring us together, they inspire us on our own health journeys. Whether we're walking an extra lap, crushing a new goal, or spending time with friends cheering in the stands, we all win when we feel healthier and happier. That's why Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama is a proud sponsor of athletic programs across the state. Because a healthier Alabama is a happier Alabama. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama. We cover what matters.
This is the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Full Moon Barbecue, the best little pork house in Alabama. Alabama football is also brought to you by BASF, we create chemistry, and by Sherwin-Williams. Looking for a color change? Ask Sherwin-Williams. Shop online or at your local store.
Halftime in Pasadena, where Michigan holds a 13-10 lead over the Crimson Tide of Alabama. Intermission at the Rose Bowl, semifinal of the college football playoff. The Tide and the Wolverines doing battle here in the Granddaddy of them all. Time for us to look at the game stats and facts. Brought to you by Cadence Bank, your team, your cadence. The first half numbers favoring Michigan. Not just the scoreboard at 13-10, but the total stats as well. 115 yards through the air for the Wolverines, 82 on the ground for 197 total. Bama 53 passing, 43 on the ground, 96 total yards for Nick Saban's Crimson Tide. Penalty-free for the most part. 1 flag on each side, 5 yards on Alabama, 15 on Michigan. They've had 9 first down, just 5 for Alabama so far in this game. And while Bama has averaged 2.5 yards per rush, Michigan has averaged 4.8. Time of possession, somewhat similar, 15:48 for the Wolverines, 14:12 for the Crimson Tide thus far. Hey, let all naysayers know, also known as LANK, it's the driving motivation for the Crimson Tide this season. This NIL apparel initiative benefiting all Tide football players is available today at the Soup Store. Check out the newest LANK apparel selections online at soupstore.ua.edu. You know, in football, there's always a winner and a loser. But when it comes to great Southern barbecue, there's only one winner. Full Moon Barbecue, voted one of America's top 10 barbecue joints, and now with 16 locations to serve you. You're listening to the Full Moon Barbecue halftime report. 13-10, Michigan leading Alabama at the break on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Red Diamond knows that prepping for the perfect holiday meal isn't always easy. From making sure there's an option for your cousin Steve from Chicago,
I require a plant-based diet,
to making sure your father-in-law's favorite is on the table.
Boiled Brussels sprouts? Gross.
The holidays can be hard. Thankfully, you've got fresh brewed Red Diamond iced tea. It's the perfect sip of pure perfection that always brings people together. Red Diamond. Perfect, not easy.
An Alabama football Saturday in the South is about as good as a NASCAR Sunday at Talladega. Non-stop action of super speedway racing, tailgating that rivals the quad in the fall, and a weekend of memories that will last a lifetime. Make sure you secure a seat to come experience the best racing and the best party at Talladega Super Speedway, April 20th through the 21st. Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Roll Tide.
Oh, my!
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
SEC This Morning on SEC Radio 374, the show where it just means more.
We are joined now by Missouri head coach Eli Drinkwitz.
Every single recruit asks about NIL. Something that I encountered in the last 48 hours, which was completely new to me, was a lot of schools are now just calling within the last 48 hours of the kids signing and throwing out crazy numbers to try to get them just to sign with them.
Catch the show every weekday from 8 to 11 a.m. Eastern.
The Premier League is built on hope. The hope of discovering a new star.
It doesn't take long for Darwin Núñez to make an impression.
The hope of rewriting history. And the hope of continuing a dynasty.
Unstoppable week after week.
This is the Premier League on NBC, USA and Peacock.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Alabama. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university. Live from the Learfield Network Studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
And a pleasant good evening, my friends, across the great state of Alabama and the southeastern United States. Our time is 5:44. I want to wish everyone out there a happy new year as well, and roll tide. This is your Alabama Power Scoreboard update. Latest scores from the SEC and around the nation are presented by Alabama Power. Is power for a better Alabama. I'm Brian Helsworth, live in studio along with my producer this evening, Jerry Kelly. I want to thank Alabama Power. They've been my sponsor all 25 years that I've been here at Learfield, and appreciate that very much. We play our halftime highlights right now. I grant you there are not a lot of them right now, and the halftime highlights are presented by Coca-Cola Zero, with zero sugar and refreshingly delicious Is Coca-Cola Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? You can find out for yourself at Coca-Cola Zero. Again, our score right now, Michigan at number 1, leading number 4, Alabama, by a score of 13-10. The story right now, the Michigan defense, I talked a lot in the pregame. Jesse Minner, folks, he's their defensive coordinator. A lot of mixing. Notice they've been using corner blitzes as well. Sometimes they don't use them. Sometimes they do. And at times, Jalen has been confused. But Jalen also playing pretty impressive at times. Just 96 yards of offense. But Alabama does have a touchdown early in the game. The running back, Jace McClellan.
The snap to Milroe, late getting it, but got it in the hands of his running back, McClellan. 15, 10-5, touchdown Alabama. 34 yards. It didn't start off clean, but oh, did it end beautifully. And Alabama gets on the board first.
Stout sounded on the CTSN. Chris Stewart there on the call. Of course, a 50-yard field goal there as time expired at the end of the first half. Will Reichert, I call him Mr. Automatic, hitting a big field goal. It is 13-10 right now. There was definitely a missed penalty in that ball game, folks. Our punter, they ran into the punter. That should have been unnecessary roughness. It should have been an automatic first down, as the television announcers themselves pointed out. Number 4, Alabama, trailing number 1, Michigan by a score of 13-10. Elsewhere in the semifinal action tonight, All-State Sugar Bowl coming up here in about 2 hours. Number 3, Texas. Number 2, Washington. Caesars Superdome in New Orleans. Longhorns average 478 yards of offense a game. They have only obviously had that one loss to Oklahoma. They did beat Alabama. Huskies are 13-0. That one should be a dandy coming up tonight. How about LSU? And by the way, the SEC in bowl action right now, 5-3 after today. Jaden Daniels, the Heisman Trophy, did not play today. Nussmeier did, who's their backup. First ever start for him. He looked like Roger Staubach on the field. 31-45, 395 yards. He had 3 scores, including the game winner, Brian Thomas.
Now they'll have 3 wide to the right. Snap back. Nussmeier. Quick fire. Thomas at the goal line makes the catch. He's in. Touchdown. Fighting Tigers. Caught it right at the white stripe. Made the grab. Snapped the ball over the line. And the Tigers have their first lead of the day. 34-31 with a point after upcoming.
Point after was good. That's Chris Blair with the call. We thank Gordy Rush and his team, the LSU Sports Network, for that audio. The LSU defense goes to work. 3 sacks there literally to end the game. One other note, Malik Neighbors. What a career that wide receiver has had at LSU. The all-time leading receiver ever at LSU. He breaks the record today, 35-31. LSU gets their 10th win of the year. Number 21, Tennessee, pounding Iowa today, 35-0. That game in, obviously, Camping World Stadium in Orlando. The Vols today did not have the guy they usually have, Joe Milton, the quarterback. They have a backup, Nick Iaviala, in the game. He looked fantastic. He accounted in this game, folks, 5 volunteer touchdowns.
Here we go. 2nd down and 11. Tennessee at the Iowa 19-yard line. Iamaleava, quarterback draw. Gets to the 15, gets to the 10, to the 5, to the end zone. Touchdown. Nico Iamaleava, 19 yards on a quarterback draw. Showed good speed right up the middle. And Tennessee's on the board first with that quarterback run.
Bob Kessling there on the call from Learfield. Tim Banks did a great job. They had 36 sacks coming into the game. A couple more today. Vols finishing 9-5. This one surprised me. Oregon beating number 23 Liberty 45-6. Bo Nix, 5 touchdowns, breaking Mac Jones's record all-time in terms of a season of basically completion percentage. He just did an amazing job. His 61st start, I'd venture to say that record, folks, is probably never going to be broken. We had a lot of other bowl action coming up. Jacksonville State as well. Lots of other schools in the SEC. We'll get to those right after this. I'm Brian Houseworth, live in studio. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
If you're looking for the best selection in Crimson Tide apparel, look no further than the Soup Store. The Soup Store is every Bama fan's ultimate destination for the hottest gear and accessories, with 3 great locations around campus to serve you: in Tuscaloosa on campus at the University Student Center, on the Strip in front of Bryant-Denny Stadium, and on Bryant Drive. If you can't get to Tuscaloosa, shop the Soup Store online at soupstore.ua.edu. The Soup Store is a proud partner of Alabama Athletics.
Now through Sunday, Target Circle members get 10% off Target gift cards. Choose your favorite Target gift card so everyone on your list can get their favorite gifts. Don't wait. Get this big deal today. Save 10% on Target gift cards this weekend only in stores and online. Not a Target Circle member? No problem. Join for free on the Target app or at target.com/circle. 10% off Target gift cards in Sunday. Get your gift cards now, only at Target.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Yo, this is Jacob Esser from Off Campus on College Sports Radio. You've already started the new year off right by listening to the biggest games of the year right here on Sirius XM. So let's keep those good decisions coming by tuning in tomorrow to hear us break down the New Year's 6 games, college football playoff semifinals, and of course, getting you ready for the national championship. Tune in to Off Campus from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern on Channel 84 and the Sirius XM app.
What a way to welcome in the new year at the Plantation Course at Kapalua.
The time is here. The time is now. You can hear the boots shaking the ground. It's time to settle the score. Just the moment we've been waiting for.
What a finish!
The best golf,
just about unbeatable.
is played here. The Century, January 4th through 7th on NBC, Golf Channel, and Peacock.
Live from the Learfield Network Studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
And a pleasant good evening, my friends, once again across the great state of Alabama and the southeastern United States. Our time is 5:52. I'm Brian Houseworth, live in studio. It is your Alabama Power Scoreboard Update. The latest scores from the SEC and nationwide, presented by Alabama Power. It's power for a better Alabama. Today, it's the Rose Bowl game, presented by Prudential. Number 1, Michigan, leading number 4, Alabama, 13-10 right now at halftime. Is my father, Al Houseworth, listening to us, just pointed out, very important point. Alabama gets the football to start the second half. It's the granddaddy of them all. By the way, that press box is called the Keith Jackson Broadcast Center, and they've got a picture of him interviewing the great Bear Bryant at that stadium. Bear, of course, known for a lot of Sugar Bowls, but Alabama, of course, under the Bear, played several times in the Rose Bowl. 13-10 is the score. Let's get to a couple other scores. Jacksonville State, what a season they had, folks. Conference USA, Rich Rodriguez, who used to coach at Michigan, coached West Virginia, one of the top coaches at one time in the country, really did a fine job. Jacksonville State in Alabama, 9-4. They go into overtime. They win it over Louisiana, 34-31. It's one of the early bowl games. The R&L Carriers, basically the New Orleans Bowl, if you will. The offense just dominated this game, but Louisiana scored 21 of their 31 points on defensive touchdowns, but Jacksonville State wins in overtime, 34-31. Cole Fuller had a big touchdown in that game, the young man from Gardendale, Texas. He played for a guy named Chad Eads, a fine high school coach here in the great state of Alabama. Number 9, Missouri. Number 7, Ohio State. Arlington, AT&T Stadium. Elijah Drinkwitz pointing out his words here, folks. Says they're not a blue blood team. He called themselves dirty, that they work hard. In other words, they get dirty. How physical they are. They ran up and down these stairs at Faurot Field before the season to get in shape. That shows in the fourth quarter. Mizzou roars back, upsetting Ohio State 14-3. Cody Schrader, first team All-American, 128 yards and a touchdown.
First play of the fourth quarter. In motion, Cooper to the left side. Now back to the right. Cook takes the snap. Inside handoff. Running left. Schrader to the house. And Missouri's on the board with 14:55 to play.
Mike Kelly there with a call on Learfield. Elijah Drinkwitz and Mizzou finishing 11-2. UM Board of Curators, by the way, giving the coach there a contract extension through 2028. Mizzou, very impressive. One of the 5 SEC schools that did win. Number 11, Ole Miss. Number 10, Penn State. This one, all Ole Miss. Jackson Dart. What a season. What a game. 25 of 40, 379 yards, 3 scores.
Fake the toss pitch, wanting to throw, and he's got Prescore down the near sidelines. Caught at the 15, to the 10, to the 5. Touchdown, Ole Miss.
Prescore's been the X factor, David. They just lost him right there.
David Kellum and Harry Harrison there with a call on Learfield. And number 6, Georgia just pounds number 5, Florida State, 63-3. Florida State thought they should be in the playoff games. They were not. They get beat by 60 points, literally, in the Orange Bowl. Domino's Drive for Dough, presented by your locally owned and operated Domino's in Tuscaloosa. If Bama scores on their first drive of the second half, Kyle Banks from Tallahassee wins a gift card for the amount of yards in the scoring drive. Enter to win on the CTSN's Facebook page to be the next Domino's Drive for Dough winner. I'm Brian Helsworth, live in studio. Roll Tide, my friends. Next up, your second half kick with Chris Stewart, Tyler, and Roger, live from the Rose Bowl in Pasadena. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Favorite jeans, favorite shirt. I can make a sausage and I'm firing it up. Yeah, everybody knows how I get my grill on. You can smell that flavor up and down the road. It's a little taste of heaven, and everybody knows. That's how I get my grill on. Kanaka sausage. It's just a little taste of heaven.
When you live in SEC country, you feel it everywhere you go. The traditions and rivalries surround you. As much as you celebrate the game, Regions celebrates your financial wins even more. And like SEC fans, we'll never quit. Because in an SEC world, we're the SEC Bank. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC.
On game day, success starts with a great game plan. No matter if you're at home or on the road, greatness starts here with the Ford F-150 truck. Delivering a rare combination of power and smart technology like the available class exclusive Pro Power onboard, Ford F-150 helps make great things possible. Visit your local Ford dealer, proud sponsor of the Alabama Crimson Tide. See owner's manual for important operating instructions. Classes full-size pickups under 8,500 pounds. GBWR.
What does commitment sound like? At Alabama Power, we hear you, we see you, and celebrate you on long practice days, game days that bring us together, and every day in between. Your commitment to making an impact for the team, for the fans.
Go all the way!
That inspires us to be at our best for the communities we champion across the state. We're committed to this kind of energy. That's power for a better Alabama. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
This has been the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report. Full Moon Barbecue, the best little pork house in Alabama. Alabama football is also brought to you by Allstate, you're in good hands. Marathon, proud to fuel drivers and their co-pilots because we're driven together. And by The Soup Store, your home for officially licensed Bama gear.
Let's go!
Now let's go back to the stadium for the call of the second half.
Getting ready to start the third quarter in Pasadena. Michigan leading Alabama 13-10 here at the Rose Bowl. We were able to catch up with head coach Nick Saban, presented by Golden Flake, the official potato chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Here's what Coach Saban said at halftime. Coach, your thoughts on the first half?
Well, obviously, we got sacked too much. We're not protecting the quarterback. Got to do a better job more consistently picking up their stunts so we can run the ball effectively. You can't have drive stoppers, man. Sacks are drive stoppers, and negative plays, just kill drives. And we got to be able to drive the ball and control the tempo of the game on offense, which we're not doing right now. They're kind of doing it. Got to do a little bit better job on defense, too.
Thank you, Coach. That was Coach Saban at halftime. Let's take a look at the prescription for success in the second half. It's presented by Payless Drugs. Payless Drugs, your locally owned family pharmacy with 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Payless can hand your prescriptions, over-the-counter solutions, and home delivery. Visit mynewpharmacy.com to pay less. Tyler Watts, what is the prescription for success coming up for the Tide?
Well, a lot of times it's just getting rid of the football quickly, especially if you are having a difficult time picking up some of the pressure packages. And it's not that they're bringing more, so it's not a hot read so much as just finding a soft place in the zone, picking up 5-6 yards on early downs through the passing game.
While we have a moment, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. That's 10 seconds for a station ID. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network.
If you want 24/7 coverage of the conference where it just means more, tune to SiriusXM SEC Radio Channel 374 and on the SXM app free for most subscribers.
Getting ready to start the third quarter of the Rose Bowl. Michigan 13 and Alabama 10 as we come to you live inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth. Feel good about your money with Alabama Credit Union. And once again on the call, here's Chris Stewart.
Roger, thank you so very much. 13-10, Michigan leading at the half. Bama will get the ball first to begin half number 2. Look, the stats heavily favoring the Wolverines, which means the score could have been very, very different.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm also taking this away from it. Look, Michigan's doing what they've done all season long. 82 yards rushing in the first half. They're on pace for their season average. All that's exactly the same. The Alabama defense doing a really nice job, though, on third downs. Michigan only 1 of 5. You have to continue to force Michigan behind the chains so we can get that dime package on there, provide a little bit more pressure, more speed with some of the to match up against some of these receivers for Michigan to prevent those explosive plays. And then offensively, you just have to have the right mentality. It's not that they're doing something that we can't, that they're over physical in us. We're just not mentally dialed in right now. We've got to make some corrections, make sure everyone's zoned in on what their responsibility is, and go out and execute, because that's what the second half, you want to win this football game, it's going to come down to execution.
Tide defense has allowed just 107 points in the second half of games this year, giving opponents just 8.2 points per contest. After intermission, hopeful that the offense can get it going as they have been after the halftime break in the majority of their contest this year. Kickoff from the Wolverines. Law deep for Alabama. He's going to field it a yard deep. He'll get it to the 5 to the 10, heading right side down at the 15. And once again, Michigan in kick coverage doing an outstanding job. That's twice now that Kendricks tried to bring it out and has not gotten beyond the 15-yard line.
Yeah, but also the last time he brought it out, we were able to drive the length of the field and put points on the board. So maybe that's an omen as well. But we all talk about this every week. Just take the fair catch and let's take it at the 25-yard line.
Sunshine that had really been a factor in the first half, non-existent at least on the playing surface here as we begin the third quarter of play. Justice Haynes and Jam Miller are the 2 men in the backfield for Alabama for the first snap of the third quarter. Dupree going in motion to the right side. The handoff, no. It will be a pass to the right side, completed to Miller. He'll gain a couple of yards on the play, but not much more right there. A little bit different look from Tommy Reese, the offensive coordinator.
I like the two-back look, though. That prevents some problems for a defensive unit, especially once you start shifting and motioning out of the box. You know exactly what the defense can do, and sometimes you can get some speedier guys out of the box so you can run between the tackles.
Only one running back, but it is Justice Haynes, who did not have a carry a week ago. Snap. Handoff to Haynes, bouncing it left side, 25, and down at the 26-yard line. That'll be a first down, Alabama, brought to you by Bank First after the 11-yard carry from Justice Haynes, the freshman out of Buford High School in Georgia.
Boy, sometimes the best thing is just line up and run right at somebody. It allows your offensive lineman to really lean forward and use that weight advantage that they have. Caden Proctor doing a good job of going in and then kicking out the outside to open up the left side of the line of scrimmage.
Only the 22nd carry of the year for Haynes. He's got 137 yards, 2 scores. Play action to him here. Plenty of time for Milroe. Looking, rolling to his right, firing, and that one's going to be broken up and incomplete. It'll be 2nd and 10 Alabama from their own 25-yard line. The pass intended for Isaiah Bond.
You know, and honestly, they were going for the home run here, and I'm not sure why they're so anxious to get this home run ball. Sometimes you just have to check it down, though. But I tell you, if that ball gets thrown, we might have had an illegal man downfield.
13:36, time left, 3rd quarter. 13-10, Michigan leading Alabama. Haynes still out there for the Crimson Tide in the backfield with Milroe on 2nd and 10. Jalen waiting, directing traffic, waiting on the snap. Does get it, hands it off right up to Miller. Haynes bouncing it to the outside, 5-10 and more. He gets to the 37-yard line. That will be enough again for the first down. Malik Benson with a block downfield, but how about the freshman Justice Haynes? A couple of quick bursts. He'll check out, replaced by Jace McClellan.
Boy, it's all about execution, and right now up front, getting a hat on a hat, Malik Benson, that wide receiver, also going downfield, doing a great job of locking up against the DB to allow another first down.
Haynes may have lost a shoe. That could be why he's coming off the field, as now it will be the veteran in the backfield. McClellan, play action to him. They throw it left side to Bond. He'll get a little bubble screen. He'll get forward to the Tide with some momentum offensively, getting brought down at the 44-yard line. 2nd down and a couple from there.
Just an extended handoff, just a throw behind the line of scrimmage. Just looks more like what we've seen all season long out of the Crimson Tide offense.
2nd and a long yard. Milroe, pistol formation, will hand it off. Right side, McClellan trying to get to the edge. Does at midfield. Spun forward. Down at the 46-yard line of the Wolverines. That will be Mikey Sanistril, who is going to make the stop, but not until another bank first down recorded there by McClellan.
One of the better defensive backs for Michigan, the guy that Jace McClellan juked on the initial touchdown for Alabama, but this time McClellan using his speed to bounce it to the outside, able to get the edge and move the chains once again. Very impressive drive by Alabama.
2 wide outs left. McClellan in the backfield to the left of Jalen Milroe. They'll send Bond, but the snap is low, and Jalen will have to fall on it back at the 39-yard line. Haven't seen that in a while, but not only was the timing of the snap bad, it was rolled back there, Tyler.
Coach Saban talked about drive killers. I mean, nobody is ready for this pass. Or for the snap, rather. I mean, there's nobody ready to go. And I'm not sure. I mean, nobody clapped on the side of the defense for Michigan. It was just an errant snap by Seth McLaughlin.
Not only was it too soon, but again, he rolled it back there. So a huge mistake, a loss of 13. It's now 2nd and 23, Alabama right at the 40-yard line. Dropped by Milroe, and he's going to go down, and Bama starting to just hurt themselves. Nick Saban livid as Alabama that time, I'm not sure it was a low snap. It looked like Milroe may have just dropped it.
No, it was low. It was low once again. And anytime a quarterback, it's not that he can't catch it, but you're taking his eyes off of where they need to be, which is up survey in the secondary. So then Milroe didn't secure the ball. He dropped it after it touched his hands, had to go back down, and at that point, the play's over.
3rd and 29. Bama 2 of 7 on 3rd downs, all the way back at their 34. Just a handoff up the middle to McClellan. He'll get across the 40 to the 42, but a very disappointing end to this drive, which had been so promising because Alabama can't get a snap to the quarterback on 2 straight plays.
Yeah, drive killers right there. 2 bad plays. You cross the 50-yard line. It's a promising drive. You're owning the line of scrimmage, running the football between the tackles, bouncing it to the outside. And then a couple of mental mistakes, physical mistakes, push you behind the chains, and all you can do is punt it away and hope to pin Michigan inside the 15.
Samaj Morgan deep, as once again Burnup will punt for the Crimson Tide. Burnup so far today, 44-yard average. Gets this one away. A beautiful high missile that will be fielded right at the 5-yard line. spun around, brought down at the 13-yard line was Morgan. Great coverage by Alabama, 54 yards on that punt, and a tremendous job by the Crimson Tide in special teams as we've got a timeout on the field. 9:48 remaining third quarter. It's still 13-10 Michigan leading Alabama on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Order Bud Light online today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
At Cadence Bank, we're here for all 4 quarters and overtime in your financial journey. Whether you're investing for the future, saving for a dream home, starting a business, or just needing to tackle life's financial challenges, we have the teammates, tools, and game plan to help you win. Experience a financial partner that comes in clutch. Visit cadencebank.com to learn more. Cadence Bank. Your team, your cadence. Member FDIC.
Having forklift issues? Well, maybe you need a new lift. Maybe you just need your equipment repaired. Trust the experts at the Lilly Company. Lilly is your one-stop shop for material handling and an authorized dealer for the #1 forklift in the world, Toyota forklifts. From new forklifts to everything else in your warehouse, the Lilly Company has over 100 years of experience to take care of your business. Online at lilyforklifts.com, proud partner of the Crimson Tide.
9:48 left to go in the third quarter. Michigan 13 and Alabama 10. Our radio affiliate of the game is Classic Rock 106.9 in Birmingham. Follow the Crimson Tide Sports Network on Facebook. Tell us where you're listening from for a chance to win 2 free meals from Jack's. Thank you to our flagship station in Birmingham, Classic Rock 106.9, for carrying Alabama football this season.
Thank you, Roger Hoover, Chris Stewart alongside Tyler Watts. And, man, a frustrating end to that initial drive of the second half for Alabama, clicking right along, and then 2 low snaps on the shotgun from Seth McLaughlin to the quarterback, Jalen Milroe. Bama faced with a 3rd and 30 and really just has to try to run to get some of it back.
Yeah, that's a missed opportunity. Another 10 yards, and you're probably guaranteed at least a field goal out of the drive, and instead all you can do is pin Michigan back. Now, this Alabama defense, last time they were on the field, gave up a long touchdown drive. Got to play better here in this second half for Alabama to win.
McCarthy at quarterback. Corum, who in the first half ran for 51 yards on 9 carries, is in the backfield. Handoff will go to him, and he will get stacked up and brought down. No gain, maybe a half-yard loss. 2nd and 10+ upcoming for the Wolverines. Caleb Downs and Tim Keenan there to combine for the stop.
Tim Keenan, Tim Smith also not allowing any movement by that offensive line. There was nowhere to go before Lawson's able to step up and wrap him up for a short loss. The misdirection gave Alabama so much problems in the first half. What adjustments have we made to counter that?
Edwards in the backfield now. He is to the left side of McCarthy. They'll send the tight end to the left side. They'll pitch it quickly there, trying to get numbers. Bama trying to cut him down, and they do. What a play defensively. Caleb Downs and Deontay Lawson able to hurriedly get to the edge and stop Edwards before he could turn the corner. It will be 3rd and 10 upcoming.
And Jalen Key also not fooled on that, coming up from the safety position to force the short gain. So now the smaller guys, faster guys get on the field. What can we do? Can we apply pressure to J.J. McCarthy here deep on his side?
3rd and 9. They'll call it with 2 wideouts right, actually 3 to the right side for the Wolverines. Edwards in the backfield beside McCarthy. McCarthy getting the snap. Plenty of time. Now forced out of the pocket. Scrambling to his right. Looking downfield. Fires one that's going to be caught, or is it incomplete? Incomplete, the official says. Out of bounds. And the Tide forces Michigan to punt it away with 8:28 to go in the third.
Well, the Michigan sideline is not happy about this. They thought it was a catch. Oh. It's going to be hard to overturn this, though. He was dragging his feet, but I believe that they came up before his foot went back down before he caught the ball.
Previous play of an incomplete pass is under further review.
It's a big call right here. It's early, relatively speaking, in the third quarter. It's the first drive for Michigan. We're midway through on the clock, though, for quarter number 3. If you joined us late in the first quarter of play, very first drive, first play from scrimmage, Michigan threw what was ruled an interception initially, but they determined that Alabama did not get a interception in bounds, and the Wolverines kept possession. They would have to punt ultimately, but it was very different. Bama didn't turn it into points initially. However, Michigan seems very hopeful they'll get this one overturned. Tyler, after another look at it, what did you see?
It's one of those things that was ruled incomplete. I think he did drag his foot across. It's hard to confirm that one way or the other. We're going to know right now.
After review, the receiver completes the process of the catch with the left foot in bounds. It's first down, Michigan.
You know, and for the second time, we apply pressure, and J.J. McCarthy is able to break containment and get around the outside. We're going with Justin Aboigbe on these third and long situations. He's not near quick enough to be able to break away from his blocker and keep that containment.
So Michigan able to extend the drive on the third and long conversion. One of the keys we talked about coming into the ball game, Bama's ability to get off the field on third down, especially third and long. Wolverines extending this one at the moment as they've got a fresh set of downs. They bring a man in motion to the near side. They will hand it off to Korb. He'll have very little running room. They may have given him 1.5 yards, but not much more. They spot him initially at the 29-yard line of the Wolverines. Tim Smith leading the charge defensively for Alabama. 2nd and 8 is upcoming for Michigan.
And now another change up for Michigan as J.J. McCarthy comes off the field. So another wrinkle as Michigan continues to try to throw some different looks at the Alabama defense.
Alex Orji in at quarterback now. Play clock under 10. 3 wideouts left. Play clock now under 5. Orji gets the snap. He will look. He'll roll. He will keep the football as he gets bumped out of bounds. Great job downfield by Alabama, but also Dallas Turner along with Jahad Campbell there on the pressure that forced him out of bounds and will bring up a third down and long.
And also a loss on the play as well. Orji not throwing the ball away. They went for a trick one, but the Alabama secondary stayed at home, and instead of just throwing it away, once he broke containment, he kept it and actually lost 2 yards to make it back to the original line of scrimmage.
McCarthy back in at quarterback, so 3rd and almost 10 upcoming. Wolverines executed on 3rd and long a few moments ago. What do they do right here? Bama showing some pressure. It'll come from the edge. Stepping up, firing. McCarthy will throw it. It's caught, but stumbling and falling was Tyler Morris before he could turn upfield. That's a big break for Alabama because Tyler, if he keeps his feet, he likely is going to get to that first down mark.
Yeah, and that's what's a little frustrating also is Alabama only rushes 3 men. We spy 2 guys, similar to what Georgia did. There shouldn't be too many lanes to throw the ball, and instead the crossers continue to be a problem against this Alabama secondary.
So 4th and a couple, and they will punt it away. A 36-yard average, albeit effective so far from Doman. Bama's deep man is Downs, back around the 24. The snap, the punt. Another high spiraling kick and a late fair catch called for and made by Downs right at the 20-yard line. Bama football when we come back to Pasadena. 5:58 remaining, 3rd quarter. Still 13-10. Michigan leading Alabama. It's the college football playoff semifinal here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
What does commitment sound like? At Alabama Power, we hear you, we see you, and celebrate you on long practice days, game days that bring us together, and every day in between. Your commitment to making an impact for the team, for the fans. That inspires us to be at our best for the communities we champion across the state. We're committed to this kind of energy. That's power for a better Alabama. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
This is Saban country. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
My name
It's the holiday season, which means
touchdown!
it's time for the postseason. And Big Ten Radio is your home for all the action.
J.J. McCarthy and the Wolverines extend the lead.
And catch up on anything you missed with Big Ten This Morning and Big Ten Today.
College football is a different beast.
This is what college sports is about.
Don't miss out. Tune in to Sirius XM, Big Ten Radio, Channel 372, and on the Sirius XM app.
You tuning in? Let's go.
The Premier League is built on hope. The hope of discovering a new star.
It doesn't take long for Darwin Nunez to make an impression.
The hope of rewriting history. And the hope of continuing a dynasty.
Unstoppable week after week.
This is the Premier League on NBC, USA, and Peacock.
5:58 left to go in the third quarter of the Rose Bowl game. It's Michigan 13 and Alabama 10. Crimson Tide fans are reminded to stay up to date with all recommended vaccinations. Flu season is here and COVID-19 continues to affect our community. So don't wait. Vaccinate. Visit alabamapublichealth.gov/IMM today to learn more about how you can stay up to date on vaccinations. ADPH is proud to support the Crimson Tide.
Roger Hoover, thank you very much. Alabama on the wrong end of a 13-10 score, but the defense did its job, Tyler. Gave up the one first down, but got off the field the second third down opportunity. Now let's see if the offense can regain the momentum that we saw early to begin this second half.
And the key to that was being able to run the football and bounce it to the outside. Good push up front by that O-line. Justice Haynes doing a nice job of seeing the field and able to get into the secondary. But the key also was getting in rhythm, some sort of rhythm, something Alabama has been able to do on the last two drives.
2 carries, 20 yards for Haynes. It's McClellan who has a touchdown run and 7 carries for a 9-yard average so far, who will come out for the first snap of this series of downs for Nick Saban's Alabama Crimson Tide. 3 wideouts will go to the right side of the formation. Burton, Prentice, and Bond to the right. Dupree, the tight end, to the left. The handoff goes to McClellan, and he'll fight forward for a gain of about 3 yards on the play. Mason Graham kind of corralled him, Tyler, or that may have been a big one for Alabama.
Had a nice hole develop on the right side, and just out of nowhere, one of the defensive linemen from Michigan stuck his big old hand out there and brought McClellan down.
McClellan to the left side of Milroe now as Bama quickly goes to the line of scrimmage. Hand off to McClellan again. He goes right side, gets stacked up after another gain of a couple. It'll be third and about 3.5 upcoming here. Graham once more gets credit for the stop.
And this is a box, though, that Alabama should be able to run the football in. You're able to flex one of the linebackers out for Michigan, and you have numbers in there. We're just not getting good enough movement up front to spring these 2- and 3-yard gains into 7 and 8.
Empty set for Milroe. He's got 5 wideouts available. 3 left, 2 right. And now they'll actually bring Roydell Williams into the backfield with him. Or check that, it's Jam Miller back there with him. They'll swing it out to Jam, but it's a terrible pass for Milroe. Led him too much, and that's going to be incomplete. It'll be 4th down. A tough break. He's trying to lead him, which is a good thought, but he led him too much, Tyler. Miller never got his hand on the football. If he does cleanly, he's probably going to get a first down.
He possibly could have. Rod Moore, the linebacker, the defensive back for Michigan, was in one-on-one coverage with our running back on that play. Michigan was lined up to bring a pressure package from the field. So Alabama is doing the smart thing, getting rid of it quickly, but the middle or where the pressure is coming from is the place to attack.
Not Milroe's best day, just 7 of 12 passing so far. The snap to the punter, Burnip, who kicks it away. A fair catch is called for and bounced away from Morgan. Ball almost hit him, but did not, and that's a good job in coverage by the Tide, as the Wolverines will have to start 1st and 10 at their own 11-yard line. Another big punt from James Burnip, 62 yards. Wolverines with their starting field position less than ideal. 4:41 to go, third quarter, 13-10. Wolverines leading Bama on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
And we're back with the action. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an irresistible taste and zero sugar, Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any sports fan. So make sure you... Wait, Jim, I didn't mean try it right now. We're still on the air.
Best Coke ever? Take a taste, Jen.
Really?
No, not right now, Jen. We got a game to call.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Sunday Night Football!
Every week, Sunday Night Football is home
You want to come out here and dominate?
to the NFL's biggest stars.
Leave everything out on this field.
It is going to be a show in the biggest games. Touchdown! Wow! On the biggest stage. Here we go. Prime Time's #1 show.
That's what I'm talking about.
For a record 12 straight years. It is showtime. Sunday Night Football on NBC and streaming on Peacock.
The playoff mentality to come in here with one job in mind and just find a way to win.
It's the final week of the NFL regular season, and playoff hopes are on the line.
They win it at home, and now the playoff chances still live.
Who advances? Who goes home? We're previewing all the key matchups and playoff scenarios right now on NFL Radio Channel 88.
They're already in playoff mode as their season is on the line.
As the drama plays out, hear every game with the hometown announcers on your radio and on the SiriusXM app.
4 minutes, 41 seconds left to go in this third quarter. Michigan leading Alabama by a score of 13-10. The capacity for this Rose Bowl Stadium, 92,542, and they cannot find any empty seats. It's just a tremendous setting for college football, and our attendance figures are always courtesy of ATIX. ATIX is the proud sponsor of the game's attendance. ATIX says thank you to all ticket-holding Crimson Tide fans.
Tyler Watt to Alabama. Seeing Michigan with it, 1st and 10 back at their own 11. Another great spot for a 3-and-out if we can get it.
Well, we really need one right here. That'll flip field position. We would potentially get the ball around the 40-yard line and make it a shorter field. Got to continue to play aggressive on that defensive front for Alabama.
Blake Corum in it, running back. The quarterback, J.J. McCarthy. Officials mark the ball ready for play. 1st and 10 again from their own 11. 3 wideouts right, 1 left for the Wolverines. Corum goes to the right side of McCarthy now, who gets the snap. He'll fire across the middle. It's deflected and incomplete. He was trying to go for his tight end across the middle. The ball was thrown so hard, and with the deflection, they almost hit a wide receiver on a deflection right in stride. Roman Wilson, who's from the island of Maui in Hawaii, could have run it all the way home from there if he had been able to make that grab.
That's a matchup Alabama wants, though, is to have Caleb Downs on some of these tight ends, a better cover guy than a linebacker.
Yes, I know he would not have been able to run it all the way home. A little water in the way. All right, 2nd down and 10. Handoff will go to Edwards, and he'll fight his way forward for a couple. Another 3rd and long, and you got 2 players well away from the play, kind of going at each other. Terrion Arnold for Alabama, and 1 for Michigan as well. And I believe Frederick Moore. Not real sure if it was 3 or 0. Darius Clemens, regardless. Tyler, Bama kind of fortunate there that didn't have a flag, and I'm not sure if it really was Arnold who was instigating or not, but don't need anything silly right here. A game we've only had, I think, 2 total penalties the entire day from the squads combined. Edwards on 3rd and long. Well, watch as that pass is incomplete. Samaj Morgan, the intended receiver for J.J. McCarthy. They tried another quick slant, couldn't execute, and Alabama forcing the Wolverines to turn it over once again.
Yeah, brought a little pressure, brought 5 guys, so it's one-on-one coverage once again. Quick hitter, and normally J.J. McCarthy so accurate with the football. That's a ball that should have been caught, though. I tell you, his receiver, Samaj Morgan, just let that one go right through his hands because it was out there so quick. Very fortunate for Alabama.
So punting from inside his own end zone will be Doman. Back around his 45. is Caleb Downs for Alabama. Gets the punt away quickly. It's a low knuckleball. This one's going to hit the ground. It'll bounce straight up in the air. It'll go out of bounds. And Bama will have great starting field position around the 45-yard line. It's their own 45, but a great place to start for Alabama on this next drive of the third quarter with 3:44 remaining. They say it covered 43 yards, but a good starting spot for Alabama. Again, we step away. Ready to return. Bama hopefully getting set to take the lead. Down 13-10 at the moment on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
We've all been caught up in the little chores that pile up every day. The dishes in the sink, the trash that needs taking out, the pesky check engine light. A little change can go a long way when you escape every day at Wing Creek Casino and on the Casinoverse app.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Yo, this is Jacob Esser from Off Campus on College Sports Radio. You've already started the new year off right by listening to the biggest games of the year right here on Sirius XM. So let's keep those good decisions coming by tuning in tomorrow to hear us break down the New Year's 6 games, college football playoff semifinals, and of course, getting you ready for the national championship. Tune in to Off Campus from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern on Channel 84 and the Sirius XM app.
Hey, this is Matt Schick.
And I'm Anthony Herron.
Be sure to tune in Tuesday at 8 a.m. Eastern to Sirius XM Big Ten This Morning, where we'll be breaking down Michigan and their Rose Bowl matchup against Alabama in the college football playoff.
Inside the 5, to the end zone. Touchdown, Wolverines.
We'll check in with the other side of the CFP, and plus, what awaits the new look Big Ten in the new year.
It's all going down on Sirius XM Big Ten Radio, Channel 372, and the new Sirius XM app.
Still 3:44 left to go in this third quarter. Michigan leading Alabama by a 13-10 score at the Rose Bowl game. Crimson Tide with 1 sack so far in this ball game, courtesy of Dallas Turner, and every sack this season is presented by Guthrie's with the Guthrie's Sack Count. Bama's Sack Count again presented by Guthrie's Golden Fried Chicken Fingers, and Alabama tailgate tradition, and now an official partner of the Crimson Tide. Get a sackful at Guthrie's.
He's Roger Hoover. I'm Chris Stewart. Tyler Watts, our color analyst. Ethan Carabin providing the pictures on Facebook Live. Tom Stipe, our producer engineer on site. Jerry Kelly runs the show back at our CTSN studios. Anything intelligent I might say, it's because Butch Owens pointed to it. He is our spotter and miracle worker based on that description I just gave you. The boss is Jim Carabin, the general manager of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Alabama 1st and 10 from their own 45-yard line here late in the third quarter. 3:44 to go. Milroe keeping himself left side, getting to midfield, lowers his shoulder, and is hit as he gets to the 46 of Michigan. It'll be an 8, maybe 9-yard pickup on that play.
Kendrick Law doing a nice job on the wrist direction, as well as Robbie Oots applying a very good block on the perimeter to get Milroe to the edge.
Justice Haynes in the ball game for Alabama. Had a couple of nice carries earlier to start the third quarter. He's in there now late in quarter number 3. Man comes in motion to the near side. That's Law. Handoff will go to Haynes. He gets to the left edge. He fights forward across the 40 and down to the 38-yard line. It will be a first down brought to you by Bank First. 9-yard gain there from Haynes, and Alabama starting to move the sticks again with 3 minutes and ticking. Time left in the third quarter, down by 3.
And Kendrick Law playing very unselfish football here, applying another really good block on the edge in order to get Justice Haynes to the outside.
It was Najee Harris a few years ago as a freshman who came in big as number 22 late in the playoffs. Now it looks like it could be Haynes. Play action to him. Stepping up, Milroe makes 2 men miss. Gets inside the 30 and down to the 28-yard line. A gain of 9 after it was going to be apparently a big loss. And instead, call it second. Nope, call it instead a Bank First. First down on the play.
Boy, another little twist and pressure coming right up the middle. Somehow Milroe's able to get around it and push forward for a first down.
2:12 and ticking here in the third. Bama down 13-10, operating from the Michigan 28. Milroe hands it off, left side. Haynes gets stacked up as he gets to the 25. He'll go down there, but still, Tyler, a gain of about 2.5, maybe even 3 on first down.
And most impressively, also, Michigan not used to this many snaps. It gets them on a couple of consecutive drives.
Game clock operator, please reset the game clock to 151, or 54, please, 154.
So now you're starting to have Michigan defenders with hands on their hips.
Jalen Harrell, big defensive end, checks out of the game for Michigan. Looked like he was hobbling a bit as he left. McClellan back in, giving Haynes a breather as Bama looks at 2nd and 7. Milroe again from the pistol. Going left side in motion is Nyblack. One wide out is to the right. Milroe looking, firing left side. Catch made. Bond spins off of a defender and forward now to the 14, or actually the 16-yard line is where they will spot him down. Move the sticks again. Once more, a bank first down.
You know, it's a simple football play, too. If Michigan wants to run zone, find that soft area and take advantage of the 5-6 yard gain, turn it into another first down. Yards after catch, so important.
Getting very close to the 1 minute mark here in quarter number 3. Bama trailing, but trying to change that fact. It's a 13-10 Michigan lead at the moment. Milroe directing traffic from the pistol formation. McClellan in the backfield with him. He will keep it himself, rolling to the right side. He's got a blocker out there. He will try to turn the edge. He can't do it. Great job by Michigan, stringing that one out. Josh Wallace, along with Mike Sainistril, will force him to the boundary. A gain of maybe a yard, if anything.
As well as Alabama's been running, this play should have worked had it not been for the speed of the Michigan secondary. Been very impressed with how quickly they were able to close on some of our play action. We'll slide Nyblack into the flat and give Milroe the option to run or throw. It's worked so many times over the year, but the speed for Michigan shuts it down.
No gain, 2nd and 10 Alabama. McClellan behind Milroe from the pistol. And a flag comes in. Bama may have moved. It is procedure, the initial signal.
False start, number 52. Offense, 5-yard penalty. Still 2nd down.
Tyler Booker guilty of just the 2nd penalty of the day on Alabama. Both have been for illegal procedure.
He sat back as though he was going to either pass pro or about to pull. Now you're behind the chains once again, and this Michigan defense, you can't help them out inside the red zone. They are so difficult to score on down here in the red zone. You have to take advantage of every opportunity.
Law in, Burton out, 3rd quarter complete. Alabama and Michigan trying to determine who will be the first team in for the college football playoff national championship. We're 15 minutes away from deciding whether it'll be the Maize and Blue or the Crimson Tide. We're back. 13-10 Michigan at the moment on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Some people just know that the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not one based on the college football superfan who painted their back window in school colors and their side windows and the mirrors and most of the windshield. Why would you pay a rate based on anyone else? Get a rate based on you with DriveWise in the Allstate app. Not available in California, subject to terms and conditions. Some states participation in DriveWise allows Allstate to use your driving data for purposes of rating. While in some states, your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Safer drivers will save with DriveWise. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Alabama football all season long. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Hi, it's Billy Joel here.
Because you had to be a big shot.
All my music on my very own channel, the Billy Joel Channel.
Billy's in for a limited time starting Thursday on Channel 79 and in the Sirius XM app. Included in all trials and popular plans.
What a way to welcome in the new year at the Plantation Course at Kapalua.
The time is here. The time is now. You can hear the boots shaking the ground. It's time to settle the score. Just the moment we've been waiting for.
What a finish!
The best golf, just about unbeatable, is played here.
The Century, January 4th through 7th on NBC, Golf Channel, and Peacock.
13th-ranked LSU. Nussmeier, the MVP. They beat Wisconsin 35-31. Brian Kelly's Tigers finishing 10-3. Number 21 Tennessee just blast number 17 Iowa 35-0. The SEC 5-3 in Bulls as of right now. I'm Brian Houseworth live in studio. Let's send you back right now to the granddaddy of them all in Pasadena. Take it away, Roger Hoover.
Thank you, Ryan. The third quarter recap is presented by Knox Pest Control. Just like the Crimson Tide in the field, the Knox Pest Control experts respond to you with speed. Defend your home and business from unwanted pests with Knox Pest Control. Call 877-KNOX-PEST or visit KnoxPest.com. Knox knocks them out. We're getting ready to start this fourth quarter that's sponsored by Marathon. Marathon is a proud partner of the Crimson Tide. Keep you and your team fueled because we're driven together.
Roger, thank you. A huge 2nd and 15 upcoming for Alabama at the Michigan 21-yard line. The fourth quarter's first play set to take place on the snap. The handoff, no. Keeper, Milroe, 10, Milroe, 5, Milroe down to the 3-yard line. First down, Bama deep inside the Chick-fil-A red zone. It'll be 1st and goal from the 2.
Boy, Michigan was not expecting that. Jalen Milroe, the two-back set once again. Fakes it up. Robbie Utes doing a great job of lead blocking, barreling down inside the 5-yard line.
They spot him back at the 3. The handoff, McClellan right side. Touchdown, Alabama. Jace McClellan from 3 yards out gives Bama the lead. The Crimson Tide on top, 16-13.
Boy, and the sideline is erupting for Alabama, something they haven't really done all day long. Very tense in the first half, but here on 3 consecutive drives, moving the football, running it between the tackles. Offensive line has taken over this game. Michigan kind of in shock right now. They're not used to this.
They are not, as Will Reichert is on to try the extra point. Trying to make it a 4-point lead. Snap and spot are good. The kick is perfect, and the Tide leads it 17-13 with 14 minutes and 30 seconds left to play here in Pasadena.
Boy, going back to that play by Jalen Milroe to get him inside the 5-yard line. Tyler Booker coming around, kicking out the defensive end. Robbie Utes going up on a linebacker, knocking him out of the way. And then it's Jalen Milroe, one-on-one versus a safety. He doesn't try to make any moves. He just lowers his head and barrels forward inside the 5 before picking it up and then hands it off to Jace McClellan, who bounces it to the outside to pick up the second score of the night for number 2.
Fantastic effort from Nick Saban's Alabama Crimson Tide. Again, the points right before halftime and switching momentum, if not the score, in quarter number 3. Field position was huge, and then the Tide getting an opportunity, finishing off the drive with the touchdown there. And Alabama now enjoys a 17-13 lead. Reichert's kick, a good one again, and it will sail all the way through the back of the end zone. The Crimson Tide with a lot of momentum. The defense has been outstanding in the second half. That trend needs to continue right here.
You cannot have a lapse right now on the defensive side. You have set the tone and allowed your team to get back into this game because you have been so stingy with taking away the Michigan running attack and forcing them into 3rd and long situations. You have to maintain the discipline that you have shown throughout the course of this game here in the fourth quarter.
That sideline is hopping across the way, but they've got to maintain discipline between the lines right here. 2 men in the backfield, flanking quarterback J.J. McCarthy. The handoff will go to Corum left side, trying to cut it back. He got a yard, no more. Dallas Turner and Tim Smith there to combine on the stop.
Yeah, you're seeing a different defensive front here for Alabama. They are not giving up an inch along the trenches, setting the edge. Blake Corum really has nowhere to go. Dallas Turner makes the tackle as well as taking on a pulling guard, a guy that he probably gives up 80 pounds to, but he didn't relent one bit.
Like Jaheim Otis just came into the ball game for Alabama as Corum is in the backfield. Operating under center is McCarthy. Play action. McCarthy stepping up. Hit. Fires. Incomplete. Bama got him to the deck. Aboigbe, the big blow.
Forward pass. It'll be 3rd down.
3rd and 9 upcoming for the Wolverines.
times we've seen that Michigan has gone underneath center, tried a little play action, but because they're not running the ball, Alabama, the defensive front, is not slow in respecting that. Now you have Justin Aboybe going against the tight end. He bull rushes through him on his way to J.J. McCarthy.
Michigan, 1 of 3 on third downs in the second half. They bring a man in motion near side. McCarthy flushed out of the pocket, fires, catch made, dropped. It was dropped. It's incomplete.
Get on it.
Terrion Arnold was closing in on the intended receiver for the Wolverines, Donovan Edwards, who dropped it, and the Crimson Tide gets a 3-and-out with a 4-point lead and 13 minutes and 40 seconds left to go in the Rose Bowl.
Yeah, I was a little bit concerned. I thought that ball hit him right in the breadbasket. I thought that Edwards not only caught it, I thought he might have just dropped it afterwards and it had been a live ball, but immediately called incomplete. Heck of a job once again by the Alabama defense.
Doman on to punt once again for the Wolverines. Downs back around his 30, waiting to receive it. Doman's punt. A high wobbly kick. Everybody's trying to get away from it, and it hits a man, but wisely and alertly, Caleb Downs is able to get on it for the Crimson Tide. That was almost disaster. Antonio Kite trying to block a man coming downfield. Had the ball hit him in the back of the foot, and a great read by Caleb Downs, able to get on the football, secure it for Alabama, and the Tide will have possession at their own 34-yard line. Could have been a mess. Instead, it's Bama ball when we come back. 13:32 to go. The Tide leads the Wolverines 17-13 on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
We're back with a report on a big new craze that is sweeping the nation.
Boy bands are back in style?
No. The Win Big Sweepstakes with Marathon Arco rewards.
Tell me more.
Each time you fill up or buy items, you enter to win prizes like a new SUV, free gas for a year, and more.
Those prizes are as good as the return of the boy bands.
Except they won't leave you for a solo career. Marathon Arco rewards Win Big Sweepstakes. Sign up today on the Marathon Arco rewards app, online, or at any participating station. Marathon, driven together. Terms and conditions apply.
The home of Bear and Saban. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Hey, this is Conan O'Brien. Check out my channel, Conan O'Brien Radio, on Sirius XM 104. You'll find my delightful Conan O'Brien Needs a Friend podcast, highlights from my late-night shows, showcasing some of the most absurd and hilarious moments from my decades on television.
Come on, everyone, settle down. This is a serious TV show.
Plus, dive deep into 28 years of late-night memories and behind the scenes with Inside Conan. Conan O'Brien Radio, only on Sirius XM, channel 104. Or listen with the Sirius XM app.
Quiet your mind, reduce your stress, and rest easy with channels designed to help you fall asleep easier and faster. In the SiriusXM app, sink into the comforting white noise of the storm shower on Rainfall Radio. Fade out to the soothing sounds of the Sleep Channel, or drift off to the nature sounds with Forest Dreams. Find them all in the SiriusXM app, included with all trials and popular plans. Just search Sleep.
Dixieland Alive playing here in Pasadena as Alabama leads 17-13 against Michigan at the Rose Bowl. Still 13:32 left to go in this fourth quarter. The fourth quarter of today's Rose Bowl game is sponsored by Marathon. Marathon is a proud partner of the Crimson Tide. Keep you and your team fueled because we're driven together. Coming to you live inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth. Feel good about your money with Alabama Credit Union. Once again on the call, here's Chris Stewart.
Roger, thank you very much. Tell you what, the joint's jumping at a level we have not seen all day long. Dixieland Delight getting the Bama fans going. Michigan fans not exactly sure what that was all about, but they started yelling "Go Blue," and it got loud. But with 13:32 to go, Alabama's got the momentum. Quite a spark since halftime. Justice Haynes in the backfield. And while Haynes has only carried it 4 times, he's done so for 31 yards. And he's in the backfield right now for Coach Nick Saban. Milroe operating from the pistol. Brings a man in motion to his right in Nyblack. Will keep it himself. He'll dump it off to a man out of the backfield. Catch is made, gaining ground to the 46-yard line is Kobe Prentice. Nice little drag there for the receiver from Calera.
Well, in the first half, it was Michigan that had all the different motions going around and eye candy. Now Alabama incorporating a lot of misdirection, bringing Kobe Prentice across the formation behind, a little read option, run pass option. Jalen Milroe dumps it off for another first down.
The young guns in the backfield right now, Haynes and Miller, freshmen and sophomores, respectively. For the Tide, Milroe from the pistol right in front of them will send Miller in motion left. He will fake it to a man. He'll keep it himself, trying to get to the edge. Slip, lost the football. A scramble for it. Who's got it? Michigan says they does. Let's wait and see. And yes, the Wolverines will have it right at midfield. First turnover by the Tide today as Jalen Milroe had the football squirt right out of his hands, trying to make a play at midfield, and the Wolverines will take over.
And once again, it's because he lost his footing and wasn't able to secure it in his left arm. Pressure was coming from the inside, and it just gets stripped away.
Great job on the part of the Wolverines defensively. Josh Wallace maybe got a hand on it. But regardless, Michigan comes away with it. Can the Bama defense stiffen as they have throughout this entire half, or does Michigan now have new life? Wolverines with it at their own 49. McCarthy waiting on the snap, gets it, fires left side, catch is made. It is to the 35. Roman Wilson brought down by Kool-Aid McKinstry. He and Malachi Moore arguing over who made the mistake right there. Regardless, somebody's got to get the guy on the ground, and they do, but not until he gets to the 31. Michigan with a football, 1st and 10. They swing it out quickly to the man out of the backfield, Cornelius Johnson. Actually a receiver who just bounced off the line of scrimmage. Caleb Downs, a nice open field stop for Alabama right there. It'll be 2nd down and 8, I believe, upcoming.
Yeah, big 2nd down right here for Alabama. Michigan at the 31. Be awesome if we could push them back a little bit further.
12-12 and moving, time left here in the 4th quarter. Bama up 17-13. over the Wolverines, who are trying to take advantage of an Alabama miscue. They bring everybody in tight to the right side. Single setback behind McCarthy. Toss sweep, flea flicker. Ball's on the deck. He has to fall on it, and that will be a big loss for the Wolverines. The flea got flicked, and Alabama sees Michigan now faced with a 3rd and about 17.
And that's one where Blake Corum has to go up into the line a little bit more before turning around, but he's unable to because of Deontay Lawson bringing pressure. If he doesn't get rid of the ball quickly, he gets tackled for a loss. Boy, huge right here for Alabama. Now you have an opportunity to pin Michigan back and force them to punt once again.
3rd and 17. They've got to get to the 21 of Alabama. They operate from the 38. Quick out right side, trying to set up a bubble screen, and he'll get back to the original line of scrimmage, but no more. 3rd, make that 4th and 10 upcoming. Caleb Downs, another stop for Alabama, and the Wolverines look like they're going to bring their place kicker on right here to try a long one. It will be James Turner, whose long has been 50 yards. He did so against Iowa last week and earlier this year against East Carolina. They'll call this one a 49-yard try officially from the far hash. The snap is high, the spot is down, the kick is long enough, but the kick hooks, it's wide left, no good! 10:30 to play, and the Tide turns away Big Blue.
Boy, heck of a job right there by the defense. Because of the flea flicker miscue, because of the effort by Deontay Lawson, put Michigan in 3rd and long. They get enough yardage back to attempt it, but still too far for the place kicker for Michigan. No blood whatsoever off that turnover. Now Alabama offense and Jalen Milroe have to capitalize on this. They've been given second life.
17-13 still. Alabama leads Michigan. 10:30 to play in Pasadena on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime, but the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Order Bud Light online today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Hey, this is Matt Schick.
And I'm Anthony Herron.
Be sure to tune in Tuesday at 8 a.m. Eastern to SiriusXM Big Ten This Morning, where we'll be breaking down Michigan and their Rose Bowl matchup against Alabama in the college football playoff.
Inside the 5, to the end zone. Touchdown, Wolverines.
We'll check in with the other side of the CFP, and plus, what awaits the new look Big Ten in the new year.
It's all going down on SiriusXM Big Ten Radio, channel 372, and the new SiriusXM app.
The Premier League is built on hope. The hope of discovering a new star.
It doesn't take long for Darwin Nunez to make an impression.
The hope of rewriting history. And the hope of continuing a dynasty.
Unstoppable week after week.
This is the Premier League on NBC, USA and Peacock.
10 minutes, 30 seconds left to go in this fourth quarter of the Rose Bowl game. Alabama 17 and Michigan 13. This fourth quarter is sponsored by Marathon. Marathon is a proud partner of the Crimson Tide. Keep you and your team fueled because we're driven together. Tyler Watts, it's been great to see Alabama take advantage of a Michigan miscue early in the ballgame. Michigan trying to take advantage of an Alabama turnover, unable to score points.
Yeah, and it's all because that Alabama defense forcing them behind the chains in the third and long situation. Again, they're just trying to get enough, and it's not enough for the place kicker to be able to kick it through the uprights. That's a huge turnaway. That's as good as a turnover right there if you're Alabama. So now, once again, Jalen Milroe and this offense have been given another opportunity to see what they can do, control the line of scrimmage, and move the football against this Michigan defense.
Operating from their own 31-yard line. Alabama with possession. 1st and 10. With 10:30 left to go, Jace McClellan in the ball game at running back for the Crimson Tide. You'll remember he missed the SEC championship because of an injury suffered late in the Iron Bowl. Back and available, and he's gotten the bulk of the carries today. 10 for 71 yards and 2 scores as well for Alabama. He's been helped by not only Milroe, but also Justice Haynes in the second half. Handoff goes to McClellan, cuts it back, fights forward, gets to the 35, a gain of 4 on the play. 2nd and 6, Alabama.
Big pickup there on first down. Right offensive line as well as Tyler Booker pulling around, doing a good job of getting positive yardage, setting up a 2nd and medium.
2nd and 6, right at the 35, clock moving, almost at 10 minutes to go in the 4th. Bama up 4. Milroe waiting on the snap, no rush, getting the play signaled in across the way. Play clock just now at 5 seconds. Gets the snap, hands it off. McClellan bouncing it to the edge. 40, stays on his feet, spun forward, breaks a tackle, midfield, down to the Michigan 47-yard line. A bank first down, and the Tide rolls into Michigan territory.
Well, you can see why Michigan is so good in the turnover margin. All the defenders for Michigan, once they get around Jace McClellan, are trying to strip that ball loose. Somehow or another, he is able to keep his feet and his balance, put both hands on the ball, and secure it to pick up even more yardage.
17 yards on the gain, longest without there being a touchdown run for Jace McClellan today. He had a 34-yard score in the first half. In motion is Law to the left side of the formation. One of 2 wideouts to that side. Play action. They swing it left side. Catch made. Burton stacked up, brought down, a gain of a couple on the play. It'll be 2nd and 8 from right there. Jermaine Burton, a 2-yard grab.
And that's his first catch, I believe, of the game. And he's got to understand the way this Michigan secondary is flying around. It's a catch the ball and advance it as far upfield as you can. And even if that's only 3 or 4 yards, that gets you ahead of the chains. There's no need to dance around and try to pick up extra yardage because you're not going to get it.
Only the 3rd catch for a grand total of 10 yards, I believe, for Jermaine. Maybe 2nd for 8. We'll wait and see, but it's 2nd down and 8 upcoming right here. Law goes in motion left side. Now reverses field to the right. Play action, keeping it himself. Milroe tried to turn the corner, spins forward, and is down at the 40-yard line of the Wolverines. 3rd and 2 upcoming with 8:08 and moving. Time left in the 4th, and Bama on top, 17-13.
And once again, C.J. Dupree, you're 1 block away. If he's able to hold that just for a split second more, that ends up being a touchdown, and instead sets up a pivotal 3rd and 4.
Milroe waiting on the snap from McLaughlin. Man in motion to the right side is Law. Waiting on the snap, gets it, hands it off. Miller right side, turns the corner, 35, 1st down, and down to the 30 of the Wolverines. 12 yards on the pickup for another bank first down, and another chance to run the clock down with 7.5 minutes to go, and Bama up by 4.
Tyler Booker, Kendrick Law once again on the edge, setting the edge, and right now Michigan does not know where the running attack for Alabama is coming. We are wearing them out. Oh, we got a flag.
Illegal substitution. Offense. 12 players were in formation. That's a 5-yard penalty. Still 1st down.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Crimson Tide Sports Network.
Hey, this is Anthony Herron. Did you know SiriusXM has a channel dedicated to nothing but the Big Ten? It's SiriusXM Big Ten Radio. Just head to the SiriusXM app and search Big Ten.
Total on Alabama in this ball game. Milroe waiting on the snap with Justice Haynes in the backfield to his left. Play action to him. Swings it out quickly to Burton, who gets hit immediately and brought down for a loss of 2 on the play. It will be 2nd down, or excuse me, not a loss. Back to the line of scrimmage. 2nd down, and we'll say 14 now for Alabama.
Michigan brought a corner blitz, but this is one where Jalen Milroe needs to abort the fake. You don't need to do that. Pull up, take advantage of Jermaine Burton being open in the edge before the safety has an opportunity to close down and make that tackle.
So the fake slowed things
There's no
down.
need to do the fake when you know that corner blitz is coming.
Haynes in the ball game still. 2nd and 14 Alabama from the Michigan 33-yard line. Gets the snap, keeps it, flips it ahead. After juggling it, the catch is made by Dupree, the tight end, and the clock continues to run. It'll be well under the 6-minute mark before Bama snaps it on what will be 3rd and 9. 4-point Alabama lead. The winner here in Pasadena advances to Houston to play in the college football playoff national championship game next week against either Texas or the Washington Huskies.
You got to think Michigan's going to dial something up right here to try to force a tackle for loss and push Alabama out of field goal range.
McClellan, I believe, the running back to the right of Milroe. 2 wideouts left, 1 right on 3rd and 9. Milroe stepping up in the pocket. Pressure comes in, and he's going to be brought down. Everything got bunched up, and now, Tyler, you may be out of field goal range, or at least where you're comfortable with it.
Yeah.
With Will Reichert.
You got to know where you are down a distance and what the situation is. You know that Michigan is bringing the field pressure. They're eventually going to get to you. You got to take what you can give. You have an opportunity to hit Amari Knobloch for a 5-yard gain. You never know what he can turn it into, but you're not going to beat that rush against with your legs.
It's going to be a 51-yarder, which would match the longest of the season. He's had a 55-yarder for a career best. The snap, the spot, the kick with distance. It is up. It is good. Will Reichert boots it through, and Bama leads by 7 with 4:40 with just under 5 minutes to play here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Don't you mean fa la 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 la?
Nope, we're shaking things up.
Whatever you say.
Shake things up this season at the Toyotathon sales event. Lease a new 2024 Toyota RAV4 LE for $339 a month for 24 months, plus $500 holiday bonus cash. Toyota, let's go places. Offer valid through January 2nd, 2024. Well-qualified lessees with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. 3638 due at signing. No security deposit with select equipment. $350 disposition fee. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details.
We're back with a report on a big new craze that is sweeping the nation.
Boy bands are back in style?
No, the Win Big Sweepstakes with Marathon Arco rewards.
Tell me more.
Each time you fill up or buy items, you enter to win prizes like a new SUV, free gas for a year, and more.
Those prizes are as good as the return of the boy bands.
Except they won't leave you for a solo career. Marathon Arco rewards Win Big Sweepstakes. Sign up today on the Marathon Arco rewards app online or at any participating station. Marathon, driven together. Terms and conditions apply.
The Alabama Manufactured Housing Association is a proud sponsor of the 2023 Crimson Tide. Since 1968, the Alabama Manufactured Housing Association has led the way for the manufactured and modular housing industry. Manufactured and modular housing provides safe, innovative, and affordable housing solutions for nearly 500,000 Alabamians. To learn more about AMHA or to find an authorized retailer near you, visit alamha.org.
4:41 left to go in the Rose Bowl game. It's now Alabama 20 and Michigan 13. Will Reichard booting through a 52-yard field goal that capped Bromberg's scoring drive of 9 plays, 35 yards, took 5 minutes, 49 seconds off of the clock. Stay tuned after this ball game is over for the region's fifth quarter show and post-game comments from head coach Nick Saban, brought to you by Tri-Green Equipment, your John Deere dealer for North Alabama and Middle Tennessee.
Roger Hoover, thank you so very much. Trying to find some numbers in terms of first downs. It has been tough sledding for Michigan in the second half. I've only got them with 1 first down, 2 maybe.
I think it's
actually,
1, yeah. One.
Well, they had the one big one.
Right.
After they had one on their initial drive of the second half, so maybe 2.
Well, most importantly is Alabama's ability to take away the run in the second half has also eliminated the play-action pass. So that's a majority of Michigan's offense. Now, they can continue to run their offense if it's working. With just under 5 minutes to go, they're going to have to open it up a little bit, and hopefully Alabama can take advantage of that and force a mistake.
Reichard on to kick off with, again, Samaj Morgan deep. This kick will carry into the end zone and out of it again. And Reichard, again, I don't believe has had a single kick returned. Certainly not of any distance. 1 return period by Michigan that we can recall here in the booth in the contest. But it's 20-13 with 4:41 to go. In the Wolverines still with possession. Tom, help me out. Do we need another break? Because they've taken it. Tell you what, we'll keep it right here, folks. With the time we've got left, another unbelievable matchup here in Pasadena, which has had some drama in the last several years. Tyler, amazing, again, where this Alabama team has come from, especially in week 2 and week 3, to be in a position now where if the defense can hold, they're 4:41 away from playing for a national title.
Well, you know, those 11 guys on the defensive side, they want the ball in their hand right now. They have played outstanding all day long. They have really been suffocating here in the second half, and they want the opportunity to take the air out of Michigan's sail and end this thing right now. Michigan still with 3 timeouts. So even if they are forced to punt the ball on this drive, if we are able to force a 3 and out, they're going to utilize those timeouts and probably get the ball back. So very important defensive stand here for this Alabama Crimson Tide.
I'll let you wear the offensive coordinator's hat from the team with the ball next. What is Michigan? What do you expect Michigan to try and do offensively?
I think Michigan's going to go ahead and open it up, understanding that right now they have done nothing in the running game in the second half. It's not been there. I think they want the ball in J.J. McCarthy's hands to see if they can make something happen with him and these receivers.
They have scored as few as 24 points only once all year. That was in their win at Penn State, 24-15. They scored 26 in the Big Ten title game victory over Iowa. But in every other contest, the other 11 games this year, they have scored 30 or more, including 40 or more on 3 occasions, actually 4. But tonight, 1 touchdown, 2 touchdowns, excuse me, and 1 extra point. That's all they've had.
Got to stay aggressive, though, if you're Alabama's defense. You've got to dominate up front once again. Check these tight ends at the line of scrimmage and apply that pressure in the backfield.
Blake Corum in the backfield, behind and to the right of J.J. McCarthy. Boygby, Keenan, and Smith up front for Alabama, along with Dallas Turner, who walks up to give them a 4-man look from the edge. Waiting on the snap. They will hand it off to Corum left side. Nowhere to go after a gain of a couple. They'll spot him actually at the 30. Forgive me, he got more than I thought. 5 yards on that pickup, or just shy of it. Second and a short, 6, long 5 upcoming.
So Michigan's going to treat this as though it's their final possession of the ball game. They're going to run their offense and hope that that running game comes back so that they can incorporate the play action.
Strong side left, single wide out to the right. Game clock nearing the 4-minute mark. 7 on the play clock for the Wolverines. Now it's at 4 with a man in motion. They'll hand it to Corum again. Same play to the left side. Similar result, but he gets only 3 this time. It will be 3rd down and 2 upcoming. Kool-Aid McKinstry making the stop. 2-down territory, you would likely think, for the Wolverines or not?
It depends. If they don't get it right here, I think they punt the ball away and play defense. But then again, the way that we played offensively in the second half, they're probably treating this as their final drive.
Don't forget, Bama bled the clock against Georgia in their last game in the SEC title matchup in Atlanta. 3rd and 2 right here. Corum in the backfield. McCarthy getting the snap. Fakes a reverse. Now looks across the middle. Ball tipped into the air. Incomplete. And let's see what the Wolverines opt to do. Deontay Lawson got the deflection. It looks like they're going to go for it. Jim Harbaugh says it's now or never with 3:19 remaining.
And they'll leave J.J. McCarthy the ball in his hand a lot of times on these type of situations, trying to get to the edge.
Wolverines converted their only 4th down earlier in the contest. It led to their first touchdown. 4th and 2. Corum to the right of McCarthy, wants to throw. Fires wide open right side and a lot of real estate. Inside Bama territory, a flag's going to come in. It'll be a block in the back. The first down will take place, but this play will not be as big in terms of yardage because they're going to bump some of it back. However, the Wolverines keep the drive alive with 3:10 to go.
And they're going to keep the ball in Blake Corum's, J.J. McCarthy's hands. Little play action, roll him out, hit Corum. They're in the flat, and Alabama secondary got confused once again on who had the running back coming out. A lot of times, that's either
during the run, illegal block in the back, offense, 10-yard penalty, still results in a first down.
So it's a 10-yard penalty from the spot, which is going to back it up, I think, around midfield.
On number 1 of the offense.
It was on Roman Wilson.
And a lot of times we'll either see Dallas Turner or even a safety, Caleb Downs, peel off with that linebacker, and instead neither one of them did.
So 17 yards on the pickup officially after the penalty comes in. But 1st and 10 Wolverines. from right at the midfield stripe. Clock moving. 3:05 and ticking. Time left here in Pasadena. McCarthy bringing a man in motion in front. Fakes a handoff to it. McCarthy keeps it himself. Trying to get to the edge. Does. First down and more. He's brought down out of bounds. It will be a gain of 20+. And the Wolverines stop the clock with 2:51 to go. And a fresh set of downs inside the Alabama 30-yard line.
Well, Michigan continuing to run their offense, and right now it's just a quarterback counter. Jalen Key unable to step up. They're able to get a couple of guys out front. Actually saying that he stepped out around the 35-yard line.
Only a gain of 15. Boy, double levels have ticked off for Michigan because they wanted a late hit. They also wanted more yardage, period, on the play. 1st and 10 at the Bama 34. A man in motion for McCarthy. Play action to Corum. Stepping up, looking, firing left side, high, but caught. Caught at the 15, still on his feet, shoved out of bounds at the 5. Roman Wilson makes the grab. It'll be 1st and goal Wolverines. Boy, when that ball left his hands, I thought Bama had a chance at a pick.
Yeah, I thought it was going to get intercepted as well. And I think Malachi Moore did as well, as he did not go for the tackle, but instead went up high thinking the ball was coming into his hands.
Wolverines setting up shop with 1:52 and ticking. From the Alabama 5-yard line, a 7-point Alabama lead. 20-13 is our score. And a timeout has been called. Who called it?
Alabama has called their first charge timeout.
Alabama using its first timeout. Nick Saban wanting to perhaps, Tyler, save time should the Wolverines get points. And on that last play, boy, it was almost picked by Moore, but it was also deflected at the line of scrimmage before it ever got downfield.
Deontay Lawson got his hand on it. Somehow or another, it did not change the trajectory of the ball as it continued in a perfect spiral. Man, what could have been, but it wasn't.
Unbelievable. What a matchup here in Pasadena. The college football playoff semifinal. Number 4 Alabama, number 1 Michigan. The winner goes to Houston to play for the national championship against either Texas or Washington. Those two teams meeting tonight in New Orleans in the Sugar Bowl to determine the other bracket.
And here at the 5-yard line, Michigan is going to bear down and run the football. They want to run the clock off and score at the same time.
Corum to the right side of McCarthy. Handoff to Corum. Stacked up. A yard, no more. And let's see if Bama uses another timeout. They will with 1:35 to go. Nick Saban thinking, all right, if the Wolverines do indeed get a touchdown, and whether they just kick the extra point or should they go for 2.
Yeah.
He wants to have time on the back end to try to get a field goal regardless.
So now you're on 2nd down. You got 2 former NFL coaches going at it. This is your play action down. Slip somebody out. Michigan's had a lot of success sliding Blake Corum and or a tight end into the flat in these type of situations, as well as putting J.J. McCarthy on the edge to give him that run pass option.
Second and goal from the 4-yard line of Alabama. Michigan breaking the huddle around their head coach. With Corum, the running back. Roman Wilson and Cornelius Johnson, the wideouts. J.J. McCarthy is the quarterback who's operating from the pistol formation. They bring a man in tight to the left side. Quarterback Keat throws it to a man left side. Catch is made. Touchdown Wolverines. With 1:34 to go, Roman Wilson making that grab. And the Wolverines bring the kicking unit on. One would assume to try an extra point, but again, they missed one earlier. Thank goodness. or otherwise this would be a kick to take the lead. It was a bad snap before. Doman, the place kicker, or excuse me, Turner, the kicker, Doman, the holder. The snap coming from Wagner. Here we go. Snap, spot, kick, all executed well. But Alabama with a minute 34 on the clock, and still Tyler Watts a timeout in the back pocket.
Yeah, and that's helpful. But also, we talked about the play action down on the goal line for Michigan. They start Roman Wilson on the right side and then go behind the line of scrimmage and slide him out to the left side in the flat. He gets lost by Kool-Aid McKinstry and Caleb Downs and is wide open for the Michigan touchdown. The saving grace is here that you have a minute and a half. However, first and second down are so important. You have to stay ahead of the chains and make sure that, because now Michigan is going to start using their timeouts to try to get the ball back around midfield.
Crimson Tide with Kenrick Law deep. In this place is indeed jumping again on both sides. What a venue, what a ball game with so much at stake. The kickoff, spinning to the near side, and a fair catch called for by Roydell Williams. So Bama will have it 1st and 10 from the 25, and you like that decision,
Smart play. Now, Roydell Williams obviously is a running back, but all of our kick returns are designed to go to Kendrick Law. So when the ball's not kicked to him, the blockers are not out in front. Let's take the ball at the 25-yard line here.
Well, here we go. Bama's offense especially has been in this set of circumstances and responded very, very well. First and 10 from their own 25, a tie game at 20. Play clock down to 6. Milroe with 4 wideouts available gets the snap. Jalen looking, stepping up, wants to run, does, cuts it up at the 30 and down to the 33-yard line. Actually, they'll spot it back at the 32. Bama will hurry to the line of scrimmage, won't use their timeout, a minute 20 to go. Everybody set, getting the snap on 2nd and 2. Swings it out left side, catch is made, and getting to the boundary for the first down. Jace McClellan, a great catch and great awareness after the fact as well.
Yeah, able to get out of bounds and stop the clock there.
A minute 9 to go.
First objective, get across midfield. Then we can start thinking about how aggressive we want to get. One more first down.
From their own 37-yard line, the Crimson Tide on the march. Milroe bringing Prentice in motion. Gets the snap. Pressure coming. Fires. It is underthrown and incomplete. He had to unload that one a half second sooner than he would have liked, Tyler. And it'll be 2nd and 10 upcoming with 1:06 now left.
Yeah, he had Kobe Prentice on the little bitty shuffle, on a little zip motion, working across the middle of the field. He had him open but could not step into the throw, and he one-hopped him.
Burton, the lone wide out left. 3 men split wide right. Single setback, McClellan. Milroe getting everybody in the right spots. Gets the snap. Looking, firing right side. That's incomplete. He and Malik Benson, I believe, in some miscommunication, or was that the pressure from Michigan?
A little bit of both. I mean, he doesn't want to take a sack right here, but I think he was expecting Benson to break that off around 10 yards, and instead, Benson drove about 15 yards downfield. I'm not sure if it was supposed to be an out route or what.
3rd and 10 Alabama with a minute and 1 second to go. The Tide's just 3 of 10 on 3rd downs. Be smart right here, fellas. Waiting, getting the snap. Milroe swings it out. Catch is made and spun and brought down shy of the first down mark. McClellan on a great hit by the Wolverines. And their linebacker, I believe, who made the stop. Josh Wallace, the left corner, the man who came up and made the hit, and Michigan will use a timeout right here. They'll have 2 left with 54 seconds on the game clock, and Bama will have to punt it away.
Well, it's the right throw, though. He's got to get rid of the ball quick to the flat, and that's where you want it. In your running back's hands, his shoulders pointed up, and unfortunately, the Michigan defender, Josh Wallace, closed in quickly before Jason McClellan could turn and make a move on him.
James Burnip has averaged 50 yards punting the football today.
You got to go hard count right here. Maybe you force Michigan to jump off sides, which would be enough for a first down.
6 punts, a 50-yard average from Burnip, and that's after he got hit on the second punt of the day. Jake Thaw is the deep man back inside his own 10. Burnip waiting on the snap. Everybody with the right assignment. Michigan late running a guy on. They just do in time. Burnip kicks this one away. A high kick, a fair catch, called for and dropped. It's dropped, picked up. They've got him down at the 1-yard line. Wow, near disaster for the Wolverines with 44 seconds to go. It was almost a safety. Instead, they mark him down inside the 1. Michigan almost gift wraps one for the Crimson Tide.
He definitely was at the 1-yard line. Excellent job, though, in cover. Heck of a punt. Boy, James Burnip's had an outstanding day, hasn't he? He's been somewhat of a difference maker in this ball game.
Kendrick Law is the man that laid down the law and almost knocked it loose again from the return man. But now they've got to snap it inside their own 1-yard line with 44 seconds to go. Michigan will hand it off. Corum stacked up, fights forward, gets a yard, but no more. And the Wolverines want to find a way to get to OT. Unbelievable. Michigan in no hurry to snap this football again. They'll have to snap it, or will they? I don't think they do. They don't have to snap it again. So we're going to go to overtime. Bama's used a timeout to force them to snap it just once.
Yeah, you can't take it with you.
Alabama has called their third and final charge timeout.
You think about it. Slick conditions.
Please reset the game clock.
Temperature of the atmosphere going from warm to cool, a little slick perhaps. You never know. You might get one rolled back. Whew. But I doubt that Michigan does anything other than take a knee here. Just go underneath center and take a knee. Eliminate all chance.
What an unbelievable effort from both sides.
And I tell you, Chris, when that ball hit the ground
on the punt,
if it turns on the punt, on the muff punt, if it turns over one time, it's in the end zone. And instead, it was a perfect spiral and actually almost just checked up like an approach shot. But if that thing turns over one time, it bounces in the end zone and it's a safety, but not to be.
Michigan will have a wide out to each side of the field. They'll snap it. They'll take a knee in a hurry. And wow.
Prior to the snap, Michigan called their second charge timeout. 30-second timeout.
Michigan called a timeout before they snapped it, so we do have 12 seconds
game
left.
Clock operator, please reset the game clock to 12 seconds, please.
There's no way that he rolls out and tries to go a one-on-one home run.
I hope we're prepared just in case. It is Jim Harbaugh.
Man, I tell you,
where logic doesn't always ring true to form.
Well, if you're going to do that, you do it on second down, or first down, rather. Yeah, we're definitely going to play back.
Donovan Edwards in the backfield, but this is going to be a snap to the quarterback who will take a knee. He does just that. And finally, the remaining few seconds will indeed tick to 0, and we will have overtime in the semifinal of the college football playoff here in Pasadena at the Rose Bowl. We're taking a bonus network break, and then we're back with overtime. Take whatever you got to take, folks, and join us in a moment on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
What does commitment sound like? At Alabama Power, we hear you, we see you, and celebrate you on long practice days, game days that bring us together, and every day in between. Your commitment to making an impact for the team, for the fans. That inspires us to be at our best for the communities we champion across the state. We're committed to this kind of energy. That's power for a better Alabama. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Everyone knows what the big man wants. Yep, bacon. Jack's is bringing a sleigh load of bacon for its southern favorites. There's the big BLT, chicken BLT, and our bacon double cheeseburger. Keep it crispy, y'all. It's a bacon wonderland out there. Only at Jack's for the holiday season. Order online at eatatjacks.com or download the Jack's app for big rewards.
You'll go back to Jack, Jack, Jack for more, more, more.
17 Iowa 35-0 in number 23 Liberty takes it on the chin from Bo Nix in Oregon 45-6. I'm Brian Houseworth live in studio, brought to you this evening by Alabama Power. Let's send you back right now to the Rose Bowl. Take it away, Roger.
Thank you so much, Brian. Again, Alabama and Michigan all tied at 20 as we get set for overtime as we come to you live inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth. Feel good about your money with Alabama Credit Union. Let's get on the call for overtime. Here's Chris Stewart.
Roger, thank you so much. Our crew, so good, and appreciate them so much. Butch Owens putting the college football playoff rules in front of me, saying that unlike the NFL, each team gets one possession from the opponent's 25-yard line to begin overtime. If either team outscores the other during the first overtime period, that team wins the game. If it remains tied at the end of the first overtime, we play another overtime period. Again, each team starts from the 25. If it's still tied after 2 overtime periods, both teams alternate 2-point conversion attempts to determine a winner. Another thing that differs from the NFL overtime is the clock. There is no game clock in college football. Each team gets possession regardless of how long the previous series takes. There is still a play clock used in overtime. The captains are coming out, and Tom Stipe, I believe, will let us listen in once more.
Gentlemen, as we go to overtime, we still are using the same coin as earlier. Michigan, Alabama, whichever team is on the top will win the toss. The options here, offense, defense, or which end of the field you like to play on. All right? Yep. All right. Alabama, you've won the toss. Play defense, which end of the field? Good. Alabama's won the toss. They will go on offense, or defense, Michigan ball, first down.
Roger Hoover, Alabama and Michigan, no strangers to overtime in the postseason.
Yes, the 2000 Orange Bowl was Michigan getting a 35-34 win against Alabama's Ryan Flugner. Missed an extra point attempt by inches on the final play of overtime. Back gave the Wolverines the victory, but I'm sure that's not a game Tyler Watts wants to talk about too much.
No, we were better than them that night, and 15 penalties is why we got beat. This Alabama football team, though, is ready to play. You know, after the last possession where we gave up a game-tying drive, they're anxious to get back out on the field, and it starts with stopping the run once again.
Tom Brady will not lead the Wolverines out in overtime as he did that night in 2000, although J.J. McCarthy has been good in this one. 17 of 27, 221, and 3 touchdowns for Michigan. Blake Corum in the backfield with him. They'll bring a man in motion to the left side. McCarthy operating under center. Again in motion. Right side, they'll hand it off to Corum. Room to the edge, stacked up, changes direction, cuts it back inside the 20 and down to the 18-yard line of Alabama. Jalen Key, the free safety, made the stop there.
For the first time, that when Michigan goes underneath center, every time up to here has been a play action. Now they just do a little stretch to the right side and are able to gain the edge.
8-yard pickup as they'll spot him at the 17. 2nd and 2 upcoming. Braswell in at linebacker for Alabama. Pistol formation. Handoff again goes to Corum, bouncing it to the edge. 1st down and more inside the 5. Spun around, keeps his feet into the end zone. Touchdown Wolverines. And they have regained the lead in overtime. It's 26-20 on the 17-yard carry, and that went way too easy.
Yeah, it did. You know, for 28 minutes or 26 minutes here in the second half, Michigan could do nothing between the tackles. Now all of a sudden on their last 2 possessions, they have run the ball at ease, inside, outside, wherever they wanted to go, and you can't give up a score on 2 plays from the 25.
Once again, here's Turner on to try the extra point. From the hold of Doman in the snap from Wagner. Snap and spot are good. The kick is up, and the kick is good, and Michigan has taken a 27-20 advantage. All right, Tyler Watcher, Alabama, you know what you have to do. How do you do it?
Well, you got to be successful on 1st down, and here in the second half, it's been Justice Haynes running the football between the tackles, setting up positive second yardage situations for Alabama, which has opened up the passing. But now you're 4 to score from here on in. You cannot give up a negative play, however. Those are killers.
Negative play.
Errant snap.
Turnover ends it. We know what we're capable of, but I do not recommend 4th and 31. Let's execute a little more efficiently. Corum with the touchdown run for Michigan, as the Crimson Tide will have Jace McClellan in the backfield for Alabama. Pistol formation. Milroe looking, swinging it out right side. Catch is made, but hit made immediately on Kendrick Law. There's no gain on that play for the Tide.
And it's a play that Alabama has gone through several times, a little run-pass option where Milroe can give it up the middle, he can pull it on the backside and run it, or dump it out to Kendrick Law, and it really hasn't been there all night long.
Gave him a yard there, but no more. Bama not looking nearly as confident as they did the majority of the second half offensively.
Well, you need one play. You just need one play.
Milroe with McClellan to his left, operating from the pistol. Will go with the option, keeps it himself, running up the middle, 20, 15, 10. Milroe down to the 9-yard line. 1st and goal, Bama from the Michigan 8. They'll spot it, I believe. 15 yards on the carry from Milroe, and Alabama sets up shop now in Michigan territory inside the 10. They spot him officially at the 9.
Boy, if Rod Moore, the defensive back for Michigan, doesn't make a shoestring tackle once again, this game is knotted up.
McClellan to the left of Milroe. One man split wide left. Everybody else bunched in left. Handoff. McClellan gets to the line of scrimmage and no more. Snap was high and to the right of Milroe. Made a nice grab just to make sure that one didn't go sailing past his ear.
Yeah, Junior Colson, the linebacker, so active in the running game, is able to snake his way through and make a tackle on the opposite side.
So 2nd and goal from the 9. After no gain on the initial play. Play clock at 11 seconds as Bama breaks the huddle. Milroe with 2 wideouts left, 1 right. Hands it off, nowhere to go for McClellan. He is brought down back at the 15-yard line. Mason Graham, the nose, made the stop. And Alabama's in a bind right here.
And Michigan really just called a nice play. So they're going to slant their line right into where Chase McClellan is getting the football. But Jalen Milroe can't pull it because he has a field pressure coming from the edge. The only thing he could have done is pull the ball and maybe dumped it off to Robbie Utes.
3rd and goal from the 14 with Roydell Williams now in the game for Alabama. To the left of Milroe. Jalen barking signals from the pistol formation. Gets the snap. Looking. Firing right side. Catch is made. Burton stacked up and stopped shy of the goal line. They'll spot him inside the 5, however, and here you go, folks. Last gasp for Alabama. It'll be 4th and goal from the Michigan 3.
And basically, you got a 2-point conversion right now. So now you're doing your best 2-point conversion play. Probably go ahead and call a timeout here. Jimmy Burton is cramping up.
Timeout on the field for an injured player.
I'm glad I'm not the only one.
25 seconds.
Jermaine Burton down on the field. And Tyler, how big of a loss is that? Well, on this final play.
You want to have him out there on the field, but I'm going to give him credit for making that catch and giving us a legitimate opportunity inside the 5-yard line.
Man, I hope it's only a cramp. Watch how his leg gets spun back underneath him here.
That hurt me and you, but he's just cramping up. I'm sure.
Kill me. It hurt you. But it is apparently a cramp. But regardless, not available for Alabama on this play. They're still looking at him right now, and maybe more than that.
Yeah, maybe. Boy, what do you dial up here? The ball's on the right hash, so any sort of sprint out would have to be going to the left for Jalen Milroe, right-handed quarterback. It's not ideal for that to be the case. Michigan's so good in these situations. Heavy play action, perhaps. But you got to give yourself an opportunity. It can't be something where you're selling out hoping that something develops and you have immediate pressure in your face if you do decide to throw the football.
You got one option. Who's it going to?
You know the ball's got to be in Jalen Milroe's hands in some capacity.
Throwing it or running it?
I don't know. I mean, it's got to be both. It's got to be both as an option.
Williams, the lone setback. Actually, he's got Robbie Utes in the moment in the backfield. Dupree, the tight end to the left side. 2 wideouts left. Timeout called by Jim Harbaugh. Michigan
has called their timeout in overtime. This will be a 30-second
formation.
timeout.
They're burning their timeout right here. Anything that you saw that may have tipped the hand?
Well, you know that you're going to get man coverage. Not saying that. I think Michigan just wanted to see how we lined up, but we also got to see that they lined up with a man coverage across the board. They're going to sell out, try to prevent Jalen Milroe from getting outside the tackle box and take their chances with their solid defensive backs in one-on-one situations against Isaiah Bond, one of our better receivers, and Kendrick Law.
Alabama in the second half, well over 200 yards of total offense after a rough first half in that regard. Michigan 351 of total offense for the game. Now Wolverines leading it 27-20. 4th and goal at the Wolverine 3. Bama trying to extend this first overtime period.
Alabama has called their timeout in overtime. This will be a 30-second timeout.
The chess match continues.
Yeah, so we had something set up and didn't like the look that we got. Instead of having Kendrick Law and Isaiah Bond to the left side of the line of scrimmage, now they swapped them, and Isaiah Bond went to the right side. He was the sole receiver over there with Kendrick Law coming in motion, but it wasn't the look that they wanted.
Put it into words, what guys are feeling right now in those 2 huddles.
Probably nothing like what we are. I think they're ultimately confident that they're going to make this. They are so locked in right now into the moment. They're not thinking about place time or anything else. It's just execution on this particular play.
How much does it help that they've been in this spot in terms of?
They're drawing on that, but it's the work that they put Monday through Friday for so long. But it's really about focusing on your job right now.
Trying to extend the game. Roydell Williams in the backfield. Milroe the quarterback from the pistol. 3 wideouts, 2 left, 1 right. Empty set now as Williams goes left. Quarterback keep. Nowhere to go for Milroe as he tried the quarterback keep. The Wolverines stop the Tide. They end Alabama's season, and Michigan advances to college football's national championship game next week in Houston. Alabama kept the football in the hands of its most dynamic player. But as they have done the majority of the day, Michigan has an answer. And they stop Alabama to end the Tide's magical run. An SEC championship and a college football playoff berth did not seem possible for this Alabama team after the first 3 weeks of the season. But the pride that'll be felt later for that accomplishment is far from their minds at the moment as the Tide season comes to a close with a 27-20 overtime loss to the Michigan Wolverines here in Pasadena. Post-game comes your way in a moment on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Congratulations to all our subscribers who took home a fantasy football title this year with the expert advice on Fantasy Sports Radio.
I want to thank you guys for making me a better fantasy player.
The winning doesn't stop there. Stick around to dominate DFS hockey and hoops, March Madness, fantasy baseball, and more. The winning never stops on Fantasy Sports Radio.
I won by 5 points thanks to your advice.
I want to help people win more than I want to win myself.
Sirius XM Channel 87 and the Sirius XM app.
We've got to be on point in all three phases.
Interesting that you brought up about minimizing the explosive plays because Michael Penix's lowest amount of yards per completion all of last year happened in your game with him. What's the key to try to making sure you minimize whatever damage he does try to create?
Well, I think that we've got to do a great job of affecting him, right? And how do we affect the quarterback? One, it's easy to look at the pass rush, right? How do we generate a pass rush where he has to get a little bit uncomfortable in the pocket, move off of his spot? I think two, we've got to disguise our coverage as well. And I think three, we've got to be sticky in coverage. In the back end, and then we have to make contested plays, and I think we're able to do that last year. We always have to be alert to the trick play against Washington. They do a great job. They opened with a flea flicker against us last year, and that was one of the explosives that they hit. So all of that is, it's a combination of things. It's not just one thing, and from the play calling with PK to the effort that we play with up front to the confidence that we play with in the back end to disguise coverages and play tight in coverage.
You've done a great job against the run all season long. Does Dylan Johnson resemble anybody that you've gone up against in terms of style or what he...
Not our starting quarterback! We need him! You can't leave! Our offense revolves around you! Get me your other hand! That's what Dr. Pepper is! It's okay, I understand!
You can't let go of your Dr. Pepper.
Absolutely not.
Quarterbacks are replaceable.
Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
This is how you take the field. This is how you make Saturday special. And this is how you leave your mark. This is how we go all out and show how the game is played. SEC on ESPN and ABC. This is how it's done.
Now I already gave you the keys to the game, Hall of Fame, and you know the name.
SEC men's basketball, Saturday, Ole Miss Rebels.
Get your campers ready.
Tennessee Volunteers.
Back to the block. Wow. And another one from James. Bell with the ball. Act like you know. We came to party. Get on the floor. Girl, it's the weekend. Go ahead and move your body like you done this before. I was built for this. I was built for this. I was built for it. I was built for this. From the ground up, baby, I was built for this.
Welcome to the Rose Bowl. This is 4th and 3, the final play of the 110th Rose Bowl. Jalen Milroe stuffed, and Michigan
Michigan exercises all the playoff demons and wins their very first playoff game. A huge, huge moment for J.J. McCarthy, Blake Corum, Jim Harbaugh, and the Wolverines here at the Rose Bowl.
Welcome to SEC Football Final, presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors.
The Michigan Wolverines are the victors of the 110th edition of the Rose Bowl and their first victory in the college football playoff. Jim Harbaugh has finally won a college football playoff game. Michigan beats Alabama 27-20, stuffed Jalen Milroe on the final play of the game in overtime on 4th and 3. J.J. McCarthy, Blake Corum, they are victors in the Rose Bowl. Welcome in live here on the SEC Network. We're with you for the next hour, breaking down how Michigan defeated Alabama here in the Rose Bowl. Marty Smith, Roman Harper, Tim Tebow, Jordan Rogers. And gentlemen, first of all, that was an absolutely fantastic experience.
Yeah.
A great football game. Congratulations to every single young man who participated in it. Initial thoughts about what we just saw.
Well, I think we saw Michigan start the game with physicality, and they won the first quarter. Then Alabama fought back in the middle of that game. Third quarter, Alabama dominated, but down the stretch, Michigan offense wore out the Alabama defense. Yes. Overtime there, 2 runs to get a touchdown. They were just having their way with them. And there were some special teams errors. There were some snaps errors. There was a lot that went wrong. It was an ugly game at the end. Credit to Michigan.
Yeah, 2 incredible teams, both deserving of getting a chance to go play for a championship. But in the end, in the fourth quarter, Michigan did not flinch. 4th and 2 in their own, backed up. They go for it. They get it. Great play design. Again, picks and rubs with the backs. Yes. That goes back to game planning. We talked about that all day. And how few times we've ever seen Alabama get out game plan and out adjusted. I believe Michigan did that today. So give Coach Harbaugh and his coaches a lot of credit, but also give these players for Michigan a lot of credit for not flinching. Alabama in the 3rd and halfway through the 4th were dominating.
Yeah.
With the time of possession, we're dominating with momentum. We're dominating physically.
Physicality, yep.
And one of the things that slowed it down were the snaps. Then Michigan got some stops. Then they said, okay, everything comes down to this offense putting together a drive with 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go, and they did it. It wasn't pretty, but they didn't flinch.
You know, Alabama did not do what they wanted to do, and you're right. You give Michigan all the credit because they won the football game. And you're right, Alabama adjusted. They came out in second half. They played much better in the second half than they did the first half. But when it comes down to it, you got to make the plays at the most opportune moments. Michigan did that. Alabama did not. They did not pass off. Blake Corum was wide open. Roman Wilson wide open for the touchdown. And then in overtime, they misfit 2 runs, and Blake Corum scores that quick. And then you have a quarterback draw on 4th and 3 where you empty it out. And then at that point, you tell the whole stadium it is quarterback draw, and Michigan is going to all-out blitz. That is how you end up losing this game.
And this game was ugly, guys. We saw, I mean, think about the punt. Think about the punt right there towards the end of regulation. The punt is muffed on the half-inch line. There were terrible snaps throughout
when
the
you
game.
motion, look, they're blitzing everybody.
Yep.
So when you motion the running back out, you make it easy for the defense.
Two things on that play. One, your puller misses who he's supposed to go to. If he picks him up, there's a shot he gets in the end zone. The second thing is the man that's running with your back is late. If he turns and throws it out there, it's man-to-man. He's got the edge. If it's accurate, it's also probably a touchdown.
Yes.
Both those things very correctable.
But that's hindsight.
Also, again, there, a low snap.
Yes.
I can't stress enough. I went back and tracked the Georgia game. 15 snaps in the Georgia game were at or below the knees of Jalen Milroe. That drive on back-to-back low snaps completely killed momentum. That is unacceptable. At the end, it looked like Jalen Milroe was playing shortstop with every snap. Didn't know where it was going to be. Was it going to be high and hot to the right? Was it going to be low? That was a huge storyline, and it happened in the most critical moments.
No doubt. Michigan will now have the opportunity to play for a national championship for the first time since 1998. I mean, it's when you look at a game of this magnitude where every single play matters so deeply. Yes. Jordan and I, right there towards the end of the game, when the game was 20-all, I looked at him and said, think about that missed extra point. And the magnitude of it now when Michigan missed that extra or botched that extra point at the end of the first half. We discussed the snaps. We discussed some of the adjustments that were made early for Alabama. And then ultimately, Michigan prevails, and now they're celebrating and have the opportunity to play for a national championship. Look, this has been a hell of a difficult year for Jim Harbaugh.
Yes.
And this is one of the greatest moments of his career, certainly at the University of Michigan, Jordan.
No doubt, and all credit to them. Again, this wasn't a fluke. This was actually a game that Michigan could have won bigger. They made the special teams mistakes. They missed the extra point, right? It was a well-coached game by Michigan the entire game. There was one quarter where Alabama dominated. 3 quarters where Michigan did. That's the 4th down, right? Wide open, I believe. Wide open. Wide open. Great game plan. It just seemed like at every moment, Michigan had an answer. And I felt like at times in the big moments, Alabama didn't quite know who they wanted to be or what their plan was. Michigan was the opposite.
One of the things that all 3 of you said before we got to this football game was that, to quote you yesterday, J.J. McCarthy can't be a game manager. He has to be a game changer. That young man is now 26-1 as the starter at the University of Michigan. He was great tonight.
Yeah, and it was the subtleties, right? On a 3rd down, putting it right outside his receiver so he can run after, making a big play down the stretch with his legs. It wasn't 60-yard bombs, but it was the little plays under pressure. JJ played up to the height.
Listen, the record is definitely important. That's not what he's done well. What people are going to remember is down 7 with 3:46 or whatever.
And you hadn't done nothing in the second half.
And he had to do it.
Yes.
He did not flinch. That's what people will remember.
All right, let's take a look at how this whole thing unfolded. It was a little bit perplexing from the very start of the game. J.J. McCarthy on the very first play of the game is picked off by Alabama's Caleb Downs, but the interception would ultimately be reviewed. Here you see Jim Harbaugh making his way to the field, Coach Saban as well, the 7-time national championship star. Now here we see this first play of the game. McCarthy takes the snap, rolls out to his right. It appears he gets picked off. This was actually a huge reversal. Looked like Caleb Downs picks it off. Michigan's off to a terrible start, but no, it gets overturned. What do you guys see here?
Well, it's just a heck of a play by Caleb Downs, right? And it obviously gets overturned. His foot's out of bounds there. But I will say he played like a superstar tonight. Yes, he was absolutely all over the field. And really, you thought the momentum was going one way, and then it just seemed like Michigan stole it.
Alabama's first drive didn't start out too great either, man. Michigan's defense was awesome early on.
They just had so many run-throughs twice in a row. That is so many run-throughs. That's either on the protection, it's on the scheme, but something's got to change.
And they were sliding to the right. They didn't adjust their protection in the first half.
And here on the ensuing Alabama punt, it stays ugly. Michigan muffs the punt. It's recovered by the Crimson Tide. They look to be in business.
This is also why practice is so important. Me and Jordan were down here pregame, and he muffed several punts in pregame.
Couple plays later,
look at that snap.
Alabama's Jason McClellan, 34 yards to the house, and that young man played extremely well tonight for the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Yeah, he answered a lot of haters, too. He answered a lot of haters because they didn't want him to play because they played so well without him in the SEC championship game. But that was,
this was a great play call right here.
It was great scheme. They knew it was man-to-man. They did really good legal picks-ish, and you had Blake Corum wide open.
Late in the second quarter now, game still tied. Michigan right near midfield. We have a trick play. Double pass to Michigan's Roman Wilson, goes for 20.
I mean, it doesn't even matter that he completed it. That's amazing. That is a game-changing save of a catch by J.J. McCarthy.
3 plays later now, Michigan's Tyler Morris scores on a 38-yard touchdown catch and run. Michigan now up 6, and this is when they botched that extra point.
But once again, getting a receiver matched up on a linebacker. Time and time again, Michigan found the matchup and schemed up the matchup that was advantageous to them.
Still in the second, Alabama driving. This is 2nd and 15. Milroe scrambles for